Dr. Slenderman. The victim survived after crawling for help through the woods onto a bike path in Waukesha County back in 2014. The girls were just 12 years old, so she spent, Morgan Geyser, 10 years in this mental health institution, and she was just released. As far as we know, everything was signed September 17th. And then this Saturday, so about 2 months, she was on this release, this conditional release in a group home.
Gosh,
this happens.
Yes, there's so much to say about that, Julia, because you think about the people that were advocating and saying that they felt she wouldn't be a threat to society, and not even 2 months after you get released from the mental health facility that you were at for 7 years, you decide that you want to cut your GPS monitor off your ankle. And
yes, the argument was that
wow,
she is better. There were people that had testified, and her defense said that she no longer has schizophrenia, and she was put in that group home just outside Madison this past summer. So the ankle monitoring device, she was set to be on supervised release through 2058. So who knows what's going to happen now?
And you're violating that in 2025. You got 23 more years. That's not a good start, Julie. That's not a good start. Number 2, crash dummies. That's what we're talking about. They've been so important to make sure we are safe in a car crash, but they have not been changed out for decades, and never have they used female crash dummies. Never thought of that. The Federal Transportation Department has approved new standards for a crash test dummy that more accurately captures what happens to the female body in a crash. Most cars are made up of, from what happens to the body of a man in mind, a man from about a half century ago. Things have changed. Female drivers are 75% more likely to get hurt in a crash, 17% more likely to die, and that was linked to how the cars are designed. The new dummy has female necks, collarbones, pelvis, and legs. Legislation is in the works to make it mandatory and to test with the female dummy in the driver's seat. Right now, it only requires the female dummy to be in the passenger or back seats, even though women outnumber male drivers by about 3 million.
Wow. That's incredible.
That is. And again, when I first read this, Julia, and you presented it, you don't even think about that, where there are female crash dummies. And then even from the male standpoint, the male body has changed so much over the decades.
In the past 50 years.
Yes, and you still have the same person that's probably 5'8", 150 pounds, which no one is.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's a good thing that they are incorporating female crash dummies now.
Absolutely. Number 3, the Packers killed it yesterday at home against one of our storied rivals, putting in 5 sacks.
He's sacked back at the 47. Warren Brinson, the rookie from Georgia. Second half begins with a throw. That was the intention, and Micah Parsons had other plans. They line him up at linebacker here, and he just barrels his way in there, and Devontae Wyatt has a sack of his own. Fake the toss. Parsons is coming, and he's got his second sack of this third quarter. Gary able to get there. Couldn't get him down, though. Now McCarthy takes another sack. Devontae Wyatt, second of the game.
Oh, that was incredible. In the second half, the Vikings only made 4 yards. Isn't that incredible?
And see, Julia, here's the thing, though, because you're going to have haters that are going to say, well, the Vikings quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, isn't that good, and this is what they're supposed to do. But nothing is guaranteed in the NFL. We learned that against the Cleveland Browns. We learned that against the Carolina Panthers. So you can't just go in and say, well, they're not good, so we should dominate. You actually got to go out and do it. And the Packers did that yesterday.
Yes, and we also have our Green and Gold Insiders coming up at 4:15 with Packers champion Brian Bulaga. We talked to him about a concerning injury as well that just came out that we just learned about Jordan Love. 3:15 on WTMJ.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik here for Flanner's Home Entertainment. Does the audio and video system in your home need an upgrade? Well, Flanner's has all the solutions and the installation experts to simplify and upgrade your home entertainment experience. Forget about the impersonable big box stores and risky online purchases. You go with locally owned Flanner's, where quality service, the best brands, and guaranteed best price remain top priorities. Stop by Flanner's in West Dallas, Grafton, or at Flanners.com. Sound advice at the best price. Just press play.
Traffic is sponsored by Flanner's Home Entertainment. Flanners.com. Just press play.
The historic cherry wood of the colonial bedroom at Penny Mustard reminds me of George Washington, who said, "I cannot tell a lie."
That's appropriate, since the colonial bedroom is fit for a president.
That's no lie.
I also cannot tell a lie.
Really?
No, that was a lie.
Come see the majestic colonial bedroom, starting at just $561 a month with no interest until November of 2027. Through November 30th at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
It's here. Black Friday deals are live at Fox World Travel, and your next adventure is waiting. Set sail with Viking or Holland America. Fly away with Delta Vacations. Explore Europe with Insight or Globus. Or unwind in luxury with Classic Vacations. From sun-soaked beaches to breathtaking rivers and historic cities, there's a trip for every dreamer. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com. These exclusive partner deals won't last long.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Capital Heating and Cooling. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by Rejuvenix Arthritis Pain Clinics. Go to rejuvenix.com for an appointment.
Rejuvenix. Alleviate your pain. Rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenix.com to request your appointment.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News podcast is sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition. Visit davedrakecamp.com. Debbie with the roads.
Eastbound 94 still has that accident right at Highway 100. Shoulders are blocked right now. It looks like we've got a little bit of a backup coming in from before the county line, so keep that in mind. It's just at Highway 100. Once you get past that, you'll start to slow down again from 84th Street to Hawley, and the westbound side is backing up from about 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Southbound 41, heavy from about Good Hope Road all the way down past Hampton. Northbound side's tightening up between North Avenue and Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Patchy fog and drizzle possible tonight, a low of 43. Shower chances tomorrow, a high of 52. Wednesday, windy and cooler. Chance of spotty rain and snow mix, a high of 38. For your Thanksgiving, it'll be breezy and cooler, a high of 33. Friday, sunny and chilly, a high of 32. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 50 degrees and cloudy. 3:18 on WTMJ. A federal judge has dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. We have ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes joining us live. Royal, can you get us up to date on the very latest?
Yeah, what happened here is that the judge believes that Donald Trump's pick for U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia was an interim attorney who stayed longer than her 120-day limit. If you're a U.S. attorney, you have to be approved by the U.S. Senate, except it's okay to be in there for 4 months if you're just interim. Well, the judge feels that this U.S. attorney did the indictment work after the 120-day deadline. But the good news for the Trump administration is the judge said the indictments are dismissed, but the Department of Justice is free to try again without violating the rules by using a U.S. attorney that is street legal.
So, Royal, it seems like with that being said, there's pretty much no doubt that President Trump is not going to just stop now. He will most likely pursue more charges or try to get this done over again then, correct?
Yeah, you can probably make a lot of money going to Vegas and bet on that. But here's the twist. The judge said something really interesting in her ruling as to the Comey case. everybody assumed that the statute of limitations was ticking away, and there were just 5 days left when they indicted him a few months ago. And so the idea was, well, if it gets tossed out, the law generally says, well, the government has 5 days to run around like crazy and get him re-indicted. But this judge expressed the opinion that because the appointment of this U.S. attorney was illegal from the get-go, that the Comey case may not even survive because the statute may have expired. Now, that hasn't been resolved. Comey's lawyers didn't even make the argument, but it sounds like this judge would be receptive to the argument. So it's possible that Letitia James will have to face charges with a refiled indictment, but Comey might be off the hook. We just don't know yet.
Oh, so the deadline, we've already passed the deadline, so we may not be able to charge Comey at all again, right?
Yeah, so it's very weird, but the situation is because they crept up so close to the statute of limitations deadline back in September, they had just 5 days to go. Now that they find out today their indictment is gone, generally they would have those 5 days still available, because that's what the law says, to re-indict him. They'd have to go quickly to an emergency grand jury and indict him. But if the implication of what the judge said in her order stands, she may say, if they try to re-indict him, sorry, you didn't have 5 days. You didn't have any days at all because the statute really expired months and months ago because you blew it when it came to trying to pass off this interim U.S. attorney as legal, when in fact, according to the judge, she was not legal.
Royal, do you think today's decision will stop or make President Trump hesitant to go after other political foes?
Well, it's very unlikely because his track record is that he fights and he sometimes loses and then wins at the appellate level. And of course, what we're talking about here in terms of today's decision, that's the trial court decision. And up the appellate ladder, you've got the Court of Appeals, and higher than that is the Supreme Court. And Trump knows he appointed 3 of the 9 justices on the Supreme Court. The conventional wisdom is that there's a 6-3 or 5-4 conservative majority. So, yeah, I would be very surprised if he gives up the fight either with respect to Comey or Letitia James.
What is Comey charged with? What are the accusations and Letitia James?
Yeah, the argument against Comey is that several years ago he was called to Congress to talk about the investigation of Trump for Russia collusion back in the day. And allegedly he lied to Congress and obstructed a congressional investigation, lied about whether he told some of his folks in the FBI to communicate with the press. Now, if the Republicans in the House have him on perjury, then that could stand. Of course, if the indictment is tossed forever, he won't get a chance to do it. Switching over to Letitia James, she was one of those cases where she had a second house she bought, goes to the mortgage folks and says, hey, I'd like a nice loan on my second home. And they said, well, you're going to live in it, right, as a second home. You're not going to rent it out, right? And she said, oh, no, I'm not going to rent it out because that would make the rent, the mortgage interest a little higher because, they might trash the house if you're a renter. The bank is worried about that. And so the argument is that she lied because she had a relative move in there. She had no plans to use it as a second home. Those are the substantive allegations. But what you're seeing here, of course, is way before the merits. It's all of this procedural snarl of allegations back and forth on technical issues like a statute of limitations, way before a jury could sink their teeth into the substantive charges against James or Comey.
ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet. Thanks.
Thank you. 3:24 on WTMJ. Time for news about your money and your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the green. The Dow is up 202 at 46,448 on the day. NASDAQ was up more than 2%, more than 2.5%, up 598. S&P 500 up 1.5%, up 102. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. The traffic is sponsored by Sweet Talks Med Spa. Your goals are their goals.
WTMJ's John Mercure here. I love my dogs, Bella and Baxter, an important part of our family. They're kind of like kids sometimes, and like kids, they weren't always listening, but I've got it figured out now. Thanks to Matt and his teams at Sit Means Sit Dog Training, our dogs are better behaved. They don't bark as much. They just listen better. They're happy, confident, obedient. Our house is a better house. Sit Means Sit Dog Training turned it around for us. Let them do the same for you. You can start with a free consultation. The website is sitmeanssitwaukesha.com. Sitmeanssitwaukesha.com.
Adrian was seriously injured when a careless driver merged into her lane.
Gruber was there for everything that I needed. Any questions that I had, Gruber was there. They made me feel like everything about my situation and my accident was very important to them, and that made me feel good. And I would definitely call Gruber again for that.
Serving Wisconsin for over 35 years, Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
They go above and beyond for their clients.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Change your grocery game plan to locally owned Century Foods, home of the best meat, freshest produce, and tastiest treats.
And free groceries.
Okay, just calm down. We'll get to that later.
Stay tuned in right here to score free groceries.
Stop, please.
Okay, I'm shutting up. My lip is zipped.
Let's get to this week's specials at Century Foods. Now through Wednesday, save on 24-pack selected varieties essential everyday purified water, 2 for $6. 9 to 13.1 ounce selected varieties Old Dutch Crunch, Ripple, or Restaurant Tortilla Chips, 2 for $5.50. 64-ounce selected varieties Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, $2.99. 75 to 80 count or 12-ounce selected varieties Lysol Disinfecting Wipes or Spray, $4.99.
And now time for the big reveal. Free groceries.
That's too over the top. Forget it. I'll handle the rest. Enter to win $500 worth of free groceries on Century's Facebook or Instagram by December 31st.
This holiday season, trade the hustle and bustle for a lakeside retreat just a short drive from the city at Lake Lawn Resort. With an award-winning spa, special events all month long like our Taylor Swift experience, our annual Thanksgiving feast, and of course, the kickoff to our Breakfast with Santa brunch. Be sure to make time with family, friends, or that special someone. Lake Lawn Resort has everything you need to create cherished memories and relive stories of old. Book your holiday escape today at Lake Lawn Resort, where the spirit of the season comes to life and everything truly is better at the lake.
When it comes to your money, confidence starts with clarity, and clarity starts with knowledge. That's where Annex Wealth Management comes in. Annex hosts engaging educational events all year long, covering retirement planning, strategies, estate portfolios, long-term care, and more. Whether you're just starting or preparing to retire, these events are designed to help you make smart, informed decisions.
I'm Dave Spano, CEO of Annex Wealth Management. We believe education is the foundation of a strong financial plan. That's why we offer a wide range of complimentary workshops and webinars that are open to the public and that are built to inform and not sell. It's part of our commitment as a fee-only fiduciary, always acting in your best interest.
From investment management to tax planning and estate strategies, Annex Wealth helps you take control of your financial future. And with events happening regularly, online and in person, there's always something new to discover. Explore what's coming up or watch past events on demand at annexwealth.com. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
The holiday season is a magical time of year to visit Lake Geneva. Embark on an enchanting Santa cruise on the lake. Take in a parade of trees and marvel at the world's tallest glass tree, built before your very eyes. Enjoy holiday shopping in a historic downtown. Chill out with festive food and libations in an igloo under the stars. Or find adventure on a zipline, ski hill, or snow-covered nature trail. Make Lake Geneva your place for holiday fun this year. Check out visitlakegeneva.com today for all the festive details.
Blaine's Farm and Fleet's Black Friday sale starts this Friday at 6 a.m. Now's your chance to save up to 50% or more on Friday-only super deals store-wide while supplies last. Like 55% off select Nesco covered cake pans, $7.99. Over half off select 2-packs of Moultrie trail cams. Zero exposure coats for the whole family are half price. And select dog beds are just $9.99 while supplies last. Don't miss your chance to save up to 50% or more during Blaine's Farm and Fleet's Black Friday sale starting at 6 a.m.
Traffic is sponsored by Richlands Tire and Service Center.
Richlands Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlands.com when you're due for service.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 3:30. I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story, the fleeing Slenderman stabber is arrested.
I'm Telly Hughes. New leadership at a Menominee Falls-based retailer.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Eastbound 94 starts to slow down before Sunny Slope Road all the way to Highway 100, where you will find an accident with cars on either shoulder. So be careful with that. Beyond that, though, we do have delays from about 76th Street through to Hawley Road and then again through the stadium. Westbound's backing up from 25th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Southbound 43, a heavy ride from Capitol Drive down to about Locust, then back on the brakes from North Avenue all the way down to the KK River crossing. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Drizzle chances tonight. Patchy fog. You can expect a low of 43. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52. Right now, Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 49 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser back in custody, nearly 200 miles from home. She disappeared sometime this weekend from a group home she was staying at as part of her conditional release from Winnebago Mental Health Institute. She then cut off her GPS monitor, according to authorities, took off with a 42-year-old man. Both were found Sunday night, sleeping behind a truck stop in Posen, Illinois. The police chief there.
She wasn't charged with anything from us other than the warrant. That she was subsequently transported to the Markham Police Department, or Markham Courthouse, where she'll be transported to Cook County Jail later today or tomorrow to await an extradition hearing.
The man faces criminal trespassing and obstructing identification. He has since been released, not identified just yet, 42 years old. Geyser and her classmate, Anissa Wire, were found not guilty by reason of mental defect in the attempted murder of their classmate in 2014. They say at the time to appease the fictional character Slenderman.
Once Morgan Geyser returns to Wisconsin, the Department of Health Services will need to consider whether to revoke Geyser's conditional release since Geyser was in their care. Waukesha County Assistant District Attorney Abby Nicolai.
It's extremely concerning that you would so blatantly violate a very, very simple condition, which is to stay in a placement and keep a bracelet on. And that we have no idea what was going on is extremely concerning to the state, because immediately my thoughts went to the victim and keeping the community safe.
It will be up to the Dane County District Attorney to decide whether charges will be filed for Geyser for cutting off her GPS monitoring bracelet.
The opening weekend of the gun deer hunt ends with a tragic accident in Fond du Lac County.
Deputies responded to the town of Oakfield Saturday night around 8:30, where a 24-year-old man from Lomira was hunting near Stumpf Road and Wild Goose Road. He was found dead from a gunshot wound near a tree stand. The sheriff's office says he likely discharged his gun unintentionally. The victim's name has not yet been released. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Kohl's names its new CEO. Interim CEO Michael Bender has been unanimously appointed as Chief Executive Officer. He's served in the interim role since May after CEO Ashley Buchanan was fired after an investigation found he violated company policies. Bender has served on the Kohl's board of directors since 2019, including as board chair since May 2024. Kohl's will release its third quarter earnings tomorrow.
The Equal Opportunity Community Commission is taking action against Northwestern Mutual. The case centers around a 2020 promotion that sent employee Mark McNulty. He was denied because the company prioritized diversity efforts, he says. Milwaukee Business Journal reporter Rich Kirchen.
Northwestern Mutual has been one of the large employers in the Milwaukee area that has had a pretty strong commitment to DEI. He had applied for a promotion and felt that he was passed over because of the fact that he was a white male, and the company was emphasizing promoting and hiring racial minorities.
Northwestern Mutual denies its DEI programs are discriminatory.
The Pentagon is launching a probe into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly for remarks he made last week regarding U.S. troops and following orders.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the video despicable, reckless, and false, and defended targeting Kelly, saying the former Navy captain is the only lawmaker involved under his jurisdiction. Trump last week posted on social media accusing the Democrats involved of sedition, going on to post the crime as, quote, punishable by death. Torian Small, CBS News, Washington.
A famous volcano gets ready to erupt again.
Over the weekend, Hawaii's Kilauea volcano spewed gas and molten lava ahead of what's expected to be an eruption with a fountain of lava. Kilauea has been erupting from time to time over the past year or so. In fact, when it spews again, it'll be the 37th time in the past year. Kilauea is in Volcanoes National Park. It's in an area where an eruption should not disrupt much, but the eruptions do bring tourists who want a glimpse of nature's power. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Could the Midwest nice instinct be making things worse? The DOT is reminding drivers that the best way to handle the I-94 work zone is to resist the urge to merge early.
Long-term single-lane closures are in effect on I-94 east and westbound even through the holiday weekend. And this is where the zipper merge is making another appearance. The DOT's project manager, Eric Hansen, says that if you merge early, you're actually slowing down traffic and creating a safety hazard.
Stay in your lane until you get to that merge point. At that point, find that gap and make sure that everyone's taking turns with other drivers when merging.
I know it's hard to believe, but when executed properly, the zipper merge can cut traffic backups by up to 40%, keeping everyone moving and safe. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
A special turkey giveaway for families in need.
The Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center was buzzing Monday morning as volunteers handed out full Thanksgiving meal baskets to hundreds of Milwaukee families.
It humbles you because I live my life but for the grace of God, that could be me. So I'm thankful that God put me in a position that I could give back.
Director of the MLK Community Center, Demetria McCullum, tells WTMJ.
Every year I say this is the last year because I'm going to retire, and every year I think about who will step up and serve 2,000 people.
Shoes, clothing, and meals were also given to the families. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Time for a WTMJ Sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call. That's all sports desks. The Packers are 7-3-1. The Lions are 7-4. The teams meet in Detroit for a Thanksgiving matchup with a noon kickoff.
They're one of the premier teams in the National Football League for a reason. I think they got great coaches. I think they got great players, great schemes. So it'll be a great challenge for us, but one our guys will be ready for.
The Lions are currently favored by 3 points for Thursday's game. And without Giannis, the Bucks aim to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Giannis remains out with a growing injury. Our coverage starts at 6:30 right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:37.
Mission 94 is offering Black Friday deals for everyone. This Black Friday only, get 15% off all Savior accessories. Buy 4 cleanings, get 1 free. Enjoy 4 visits to the Mission 94 firearms range, and your 5th one is free. Give the gift of learning with 25% off a one-on-one training certificate. Plus, take 20% off all in-stock women's CCW purses and handbags. This Black Friday weekend only at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center in Kenosha. Learn more today. Just Google Mission 94.
Hey fellas, are you feeling off of your game? If you feel like something is holding you back, connect with the medical professionals at Game Day Men's Health. WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. Game Day Men's Health helps guys regain their youthful edge with hormone replacement, vitamin therapy, personalized weight loss plans, plus EPAT therapy, which I've used for injuries such as plantar fasciitis or tennis elbow. And it's all under the care of experienced medical professionals. A free consultation at their clinic in Brookfield, Shorewood, Germantown, or Delafield. Game Day Men's Health. Get back in the game.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
3:38 on WTMJ. I want to tell you about a disturbing case out of Washington State that has Milwaukee connections. A man and woman who are dating are accused of having an obsessive plan to kidnap children. The plot was to befriend families with children, and the two are Haley Davidson and Billy Moore. Now behind bars, just charged south of Seattle after a search warrant last week. Authorities were given a cyber tip about hundreds of uploads to Google made by Davidson and Moore, which had child sex abuse material, some of which authorities believe they produced themselves.
Police, search warrant, open the door! Police, search warrant, open the door!
Come on. There's the search act that just happened. Court records say when investigators searched their home, they found handwritten notes on how to kidnap children. This includes prescription drugs that they would use in the kidnappings, and they found 8 bottles that neither were prescribed, something Billy Moore admitted to writing and getting. They each were charged with attempted kidnapping, attempted child molestation, possession of child sex abuse materials, and they were getting close. The Pierce County deputy in Washington says they have evidence of the couple communicating with children online, including 2 children that were very close to where they lived in Washington state. And they found 2 years ago, they both took a road trip from Seattle to Milwaukee to find a child that the man was obsessed with. When they got to Wisconsin, they could not find the family and they gave up. Here's Carly Capetto with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office.
Some of the communication that was located, found, and some of the evidence shows that they have been communicating with local children and families in our community.
Inside the couple's bedroom closet, detectives say they found a panel on the wall that once they removed it, it led to a hidden void with what appeared to be a shrine dedicated to child sexual abuse material. And they said it was very disturbing.
There was enough there that it was going to happen. The fact that our team was able to get in there and to prevent something from happening is pretty amazing.
Both Davidson and Moore are being held on $2.5 million bond, and this was all because of a cyber tip. Someone who was looking out for children who are exploited online spotted these Google documents that were being downloaded by the hundreds, and the detectives are trying to see if some of the images were actually produced by this couple. So how close of a tie something so far away has to Wisconsin, which is very disturbing.
It is very disturbing. It's just so jaw-dropping. That's why I couldn't find any words. It still doesn't seem like this is a real story, but to know that these people or this couple would go to these lengths to try and kidnap kids and this is the second time that something like this involving kids had a Milwaukee tie with Travis Decker killing both of his daughters out in Washington State and had Pewaukee ties. And so this is, when you're talking about these things and cyber crimes like this, there are no boundaries. It could happen anywhere. And just to know that there was a link between people that are thinking of these sick things out in Washington State to actually drive all the way to Milwaukee to try to carry this out. And fortunately, they couldn't find who they were looking for. Otherwise,
no kidding,
we would be talking about a whole different story right now.
Oh, absolutely. And it also, speaks volumes on why you should protect your images of your child online, even if it's family photos. That's what this guy became obsessed with, was a Milwaukee area family. And that's why he drove out there, was because he was obsessed with this specific family that, thank God, he didn't find.
Yeah.
It's 3:43 on WTMJ.
Hey, WTMJ's John Merck here. So I was looking at some of the bushes that have overgrown on my property, and I love our yard, but I need dormant pruning. That's what takes place during the winter when it's safe to cut back things so you have healthier trees and bushes around your house. Check right now to see if you've got stuff scraping against the siding or needs to be cut back, and schedule it now. Design Build landscaping projects are a year-round topic. Landworks Wisconsin does it the right way every time. They help people achieve their outdoor dreams by creating beautiful landscapes. I love these guys. LandworksWisconsin.com. Check them out today.
It's here. Black Friday deals are live at Fox World Travel, and your next adventure is waiting. Set sail with Viking or Holland America. Fly away with Delta Vacations. Explore Europe with Insight or Globus, or unwind in luxury with Classic Vacations. From sun-soaked beaches to breathtaking rivers and historic cities, there's a trip for every dreamer. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com. These exclusive partner deals won't last long.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1598. That's 800-822-1598. 800-822-1598.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Ford Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
If you missed this,
Senate action not until tomorrow morning. It will not happen tonight. The House just announced that.
The latest right here.
Wow.
Major
Yes.
Garrett.
or this,
It can read a chest x-ray as accurately as a radiologist.
Different AI algorithms can read a chest x-ray or other imaging study just as well as an expert radiologist.
Catch up on the Wisconsin's Afternoon News podcast at WTMJ.com. Presented by Dave Draycamp Heating.
Traffic is sponsored by Flanners Home Entertainment, flanners.com. Just press play.
Upgrade your entertainment setup today. For the best in audio and video for your home, indoors and outdoors, Flanners Home Entertainment delivers sound advice at the best price. Flanners, just press play.
Our podcast is sponsored by Dave Draycamp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition. Visit DaveDraycamp.com. You could always text WAN, W-A-N. It stands for Wisconsin's Afternoon News, to our Citing Unlimited Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, to get updates, including from Debbie. Hey, Deb.
Hey there. Eastbound 94, we have still this accident just about at Highway 100. The only thing left is the stuff on the left shoulder. So it's a car and a squad on the left shoulder there. Delays have gotten a lot easier heading through that point. But we do have delays from 84th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Westbound 94 backing up just before 27th Street to about Hawley Road. We got the bypass starting to slow down a bit on the southbound side, just south of Greenfield Avenue. Pockets basically scattered all the way down towards Lincoln, and then again from Beloit Road down and around the Hale interchange to about Forest Home. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Chance of rain, drizzle, patchy fog tonight, low of 43. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52 degrees. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, windy, and cooler. There's a chance of spotty rain snow mix on Wednesday. Your high will be 38 degrees. Cooler for your Thanksgiving, cloudy and breezy, a high of 33 degrees. Friday, sunny and chilly, a high of 32 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 49 degrees. New information into our newsroom about the Slender Man stabber who was on the run for about 1 day. Police say that Morgan Geyser cut off her monitoring bracelet, left the group home where she had been ordered to stay on Saturday night, and she was found about 200 miles away in a Chicago suburb, sleeping on a sidewalk next to a 42-year-old man. A person working at the truck stop called the police, and at first, Morgan told the officers a fake name, they say, but after pressing her for about 10 minutes, she gave up.
She simply told the officer, here's my real name. You can Google me and you'll find out who I am.
Could you imagine Googling Morgan Geyser? Woo!
Wouldn't it just be easier for you to just say your name? Like, why would you want somebody to Google you?
Yeah, it's worse.
It would be worse.
Way worse.
The officer could have said, another Morgan. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh. The reason why this 22-year-old being on the run scared so many is because she was sentenced to be in a mental institution for 40 years after stabbing her classmate 19 times to appease the fictional character, the Slender Man. The victim survived after crawling for help through the woods onto a bike path in Waukesha County back in 2014. A biker stopped an older man. He called 911. She survived. The girls were just 12 years old. At the time, she had told people she thought she could talk to Harry Potter characters. She thought she had Vulcan mind control like Spock from the movie Star Trek. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which is extremely rare in young children. Then, fast forward 10 years on, her lawyer and family had been trying to get her released for years, arguing to the judge she's better. People were testifying she no longer has schizophrenia. A Waukesha County judge ordered her conditional release from the Winnebago Mental Health Institution back in February. That came to a swift halt when the judge put a stay on that order. She'd eventually be put in a group home just outside Madison in September.
We support that she should be in custody. Not only should she have been in custody from 2014 forward, but also Attorney Nicolai argued vehemently for her not to be released to conditional release.
That's the Waukesha County District Attorney speaking today. So what were those arguments? Let's go back to the petition by the Winnebago Mental Health Institute to help prevent her release, citing many concerns, including a book she was reading called Rent Boy. It contained themes of sexual sadism, graphic content, according to the petition, argued back in March. There was also concern then about contact with a man outside of the hospital, okay, who had an unnatural interest in her crime, according to court records. We found she had sent letters and drawings to this man, and he was trying to sell those photos on Facebook. He was calling it the Slender Man package.
We found that there were letters and drawings that she had sent him, a postcard, and he was selling them. He was selling the items.
Were you able to see the drawings that he was purporting were from Ms. Geiser?
Yes.
Were they concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
They were very dark in nature. I would describe it as a horror type picture.
So again, this is the time when they were trying to stop her release, okay? I'm taking you back to that court date. Here's Morgan's defense attorney saying,
but you were also aware of the fact that Ms. Geiser has been drawing disturbing things for a long time. And Dr. Lumbaum was aware of that when she suggested that Morgan was appropriate to be released, aren't you?
That's the report.
This is not new. Her doing a disturbing drawing is not a new fact at all. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So we'll put that to the side.
the court doesn't know how long those two communicated with each other, but they did learn that was concerning when it comes to sexual behavior.
Did you learn any information about JP that was concerning as it related to sexual behavior?
Yes.
And what was that?
She recalled that he would get sexual gratification from her index offense, and I believe that there were letters written back and forth.
Geiser said she gave up this information, that this man, we don't know if it's connected to what just recently happened, came to visit her, and then Morgan herself stopped the contact. Morgan's lawyer revealed in court that man was obsessed with true crime with this case and was at one time a corrections officer.
What?
Yes, Geiser's defense attorney correcting the record at the time that he'd been in the visitor log since 2022.
The records at Winnebago reflect the fact that he was a known visitor to their facility.
Yes.
Again, reporters did ask today in the news conference, was that man she was found with yesterday the same man who was visiting her in this mental health institution that was brought up? The DA says she does not know, but pointed to making the court aware of notoriety in this case across the country that has brought upon us sickos.
Oh, wait a minute, Julia. Before we continue, if you know that she's been communicating with them and you know who she was found with, how can't you figure out if that's the same person or not? That's number one. Number two, this is a clear case of an attorney can make anything sound believable. And in this case, her attorney, Tony Cotton, is the one saying, well, this is a part of therapy, but it clearly shows that she still has some disturbing thoughts that should be reevaluated before just saying she's good now. All of a sudden, she doesn't have schizophrenia anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Another girl was convicted in this case, Anissa Wire. She was convicted of luring the victim to a park and then into the woods. She was convicted of urging Geiser to stab the victim and left her for dead. In 2021, Wire was granted conditional release to live with her father, ordered to wear a GPS monitor, but the GPS monitor was removed in 2023. She's still on supervised release. The victim in this case, Peyton Lautner, survived. She said that she did it out of her own strong will to live. She crawled bleeding to that bike path. Here's the victim's parents speaking out her bravery on ABC News.
Did you ever think you would get her to where she is today?
She had so much determination to not be defined by this event and not be the girl who was stabbed that I really think that it's her determination to live a different kind of life that's what's gotten us here.
What she has taught me is strength and will, just the sheer will to get through anything.
So this brings us to yesterday, when the victim was notified by the Waukesha County DA's office that Geyser was on the loose. The young girl that had been nearly stabbed to death, her family and herself were notified, yeah, the person that did that to you, we don't know where she is.
To make sure that they knew about it. They did not know anything about it. We wanted to make sure that they were safe and that they had a plan in place. Obviously, we want to safeguard her safety and the community's safety, because frankly, when she's released, based upon some of the evidence that came out previous hearings, we have concerns about the safety of the community as well.
So the DA is saying we're concerned about the safety of our entire community, for that matter.
And fair enough. And I saw some interviews by some of the neighbors where Morgan Geyser was staying in the neighborhood in Madison. They had no idea she was there. And so you go from this person you're hearing about on the news to, man, she's been living around the corner from me, and no one wanted to tell me this. And then now she escapes. And then the poor victim here, this happened in 2014. So 12, I mean, I'm sure she's still replaying this in her mind.
Oh, yeah.
And 11 years later, the person that tried to kill you has escaped from a group home.
We have no
How
idea
do you
where
think
she is.
that makes her feel?
Terrible.
I mean, because first off, we didn't even know she was in Madison. And so who's to say, yeah, this is not good. This is not good. And the people that were advocating for her to get out of the mental institution, they really got to look at themselves now and go back and say, okay, did we jump the gun? Or, I mean, is she really ready to be released into society again? And so I mean, according to this and these actions and her getting to this group home in September and it's now November and you escape, that's not a long period to show any sort of judge that you are ready to be a regular citizen again.
So what happens next here? I listened back to the news conference. Geyser will be extradited back to Dane County, where she'll face charges for violating her conditional release. It is now up to the Department of Health Services to petition the court to withdraw her conditional release. She is under the custody of DHS, okay, which will be heard in Waukesha County Court if that happens.
Julie, it really seems like a no-brainer. When you violate the terms of your conditional release, then it's revoked. And I'm sure removing your GPS monitor is one of those conditions you're not supposed to do.
I know.
So I don't know if you could go back and say, oh, it was a mistake or whatever the case may be, because the conditions were what they were and you violated them.
The only thing I can see is if she was coerced to do this.
Coerced how? I mean, because she still had to leave unless someone kidnapped her away from the home.
There you go.
I don't think this is going to go.
Okay. 3:57 on WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Step into a world of holiday wonder at Milwaukee's legendary Pfister Hotel. Experience the glow of the season with events for the entire family. From the magic of their annual tree lighting to a bountiful Thanksgiving brunch and the joy of breakfast with Santa. Enjoy sparkling decor, delicious dining, and timeless traditions that fill every moment with cheer. Create cherished memories and start a new tradition that shines for years to come. Visit thepfisterhotel.com to plan your holiday magic today.
This report is sponsored by the beautiful Pfister Hotel. Make your reservations today. Visit thepfisterhotel.com.
Don't just get a ride, build a travel experience together with KB Excursions. Vince Vitrano here for this family-owned business. Custom designing travel for your major event or just a night out. Luxury motor coach service, or for smaller groups, the beautiful Mercedes Sprinter, leather seats, TV, whole setup, golf trip, wedding party, night on the town, ride to the ball game. And with personal service from Khalid, Amy, and the KB Excursions team, getting there will be half the fun. KBExcursions.com.
My friend just bought his 10th pumpkin spice candle. He's trying to cover up the smells coming from his air ducts.
Classic. The CDS, Candle Defense System. Trying to outsmell 50 years of dust and dead skin cells.
I know. I told him it's like a haunted attic threw up in a spice cabinet.
Forget the candles. Tell him it's time for a proper cleaning. Right now, Capital is offering $200 off professional duct cleaning. We'll clear out the dirt, dust, and whatever else.
Stop living the air freshener lie and call Capital today.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Blaine's Farm and Fleet's early Black Friday deals have arrived, in-store and online while supplies last. Right now, shop early Black Friday-like savings store-wide on the things you need and the brands you love. Like new men's work and sport thermal Henleys or Cambridge flannels, just $19.99. A DeWalt shop stool with casters, $99.99. Rewards members save an extra $5. And select men's Keen hiking boots, half price, $74.99. Don't miss early Black Friday deals in-store and online only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Crisp air, cozy sweaters, and a home that's actually ready for fall. Exterior Pros and Baths is giving $3,000 off roofing, siding, windows, or bath remodels this month. Don't let your home be the only thing falling apart this season. Visit extpros.com or call 262-800-4274. That's extpros.com or call 262-800-4274. Exterior Pros and Baths, because your house deserves a little sweater weather too.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own AccuNet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in-store at steelusa.com. That's steelusa.com.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story this hour for Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Monday, November 24th. Morgan Geyser's out-of-state escape comes to an end.
I'm Telly Hughes, in for John McCure, dismissing the case against James and Comey.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Eastbound 94, still seeing delays from 84th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Westbound's backed up from 25th Street to Hawley. Southbound 43's got some backups basically from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette down to the KK River crossing. Northbound, at least, is moving along pretty well at this point. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance of rain and drizzle tonight. Patchy fog, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 49 degrees. In the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser back in custody after escaping her group home. Police in Posen, Illinois found her and a 42-year-old man sleeping on the sidewalk behind a truck stop about 25 miles south of Chicago on Sunday night. Posen Police Chief William Alexander.
The officers pressed a little further, and finally she gave him her name and told him that he could just Google her name and find out who she is.
Geyser is accused of cutting off her GPS tracker and disappeared sometime on Saturday. The man she was with, taken into custody for criminal trespassing, obstructing identification. He's since been released, his name not identified. Her extradition hearing is set for tomorrow.
What happens once Morgan Geyser returns to Wisconsin? She escaped from a group home in Dane County where she was placed for her conditional release. But Geyser will likely return to Waukesha County since that's where she was initially charged. Waukesha County District Attorney Leslie Basie.
Once Ms. Geyser is brought back to Waukesha County, it will be up to Department of Health Services whether they file a petition to revoke her conditional release. We are certainly hopeful that they do proceed with that. We fully support it.
The Department of Health Services has jurisdiction over Geyser's care.
Identifying the victim who was beaten to death in Milwaukee's North Division neighborhood, 47-year-old Brian Johnson was hit in the head multiple times near 11th and Locust. This happened early yesterday morning. The medical examiner says a friend brought him to the hospital where he died of facial trauma. Milwaukee police still searching for suspects.
Identifying the man who died after being hit by a city bus. 61-year-old George Kaser of Wauwatosa died from a severe head injury at Frederick Hospital Saturday night. Greenfield police responded just before 7 o'clock to 56th and Forest Home after Kaser was hit by a Milwaukee County bus. The 55-year-old bus driver was not hurt and is cooperating with police. The cause of the crash is still under investigation.
A judge has dismissed the indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. The judge says the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney was invalid.
Federal Judge Cameron Curry based her rulings on the law, which says that when a top federal prosecutor's role in a judicial district is left vacant for more than 120 days, only the district court can fill it. As a result, Curry has dismissed the indictments Lindsay Halligan brought against Letitia James and James Comey. The former FBI director responded online.
I'm grateful that the court ended the case against me, which was a prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
A White House spokeswoman says the dismissals will not be the final word. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Comey was accused of lying to Congress. James was charged with mortgage fraud.
The big Thanksgiving travel rush is now underway as people head out of town for the long holiday week.
Flight cancellations are relatively low. Storms in Dallas are having a bit of an impact, with Dallas-Fort Worth and Dallas-Love Field having the most canceled flights. Southwest and American are the most impacted. Millions are expected to fly during this Thanksgiving period, and the TSA's Adam Stahl says they're ready.
We are definitely expecting a busy holiday season, and we are prepared.
And while airports are busy, AAA says 90% of those who are traveling will do it by car. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A warning about scam calls in Waukesha. The caller is spoofing police department phone numbers, identifying themselves as a Deputy Sonnenberg or Deputy Campbell with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office. The caller then claims that you have a warrant out for missing jury duty and have to pay a fine, instructing you to drive to the county courthouse. You're then directed to purchase gift cards or Bitcoin. Provide the info over the phone. The sheriff's office reminds you they will never call you to request personal or financial information.
With larger gatherings during the holidays and respiratory viruses spreading, Wisconsin health officials are urging people to get vaccinated.
According to the Department of Health Services, over 1 million Wisconsinites have received a flu shot this season, while around 500,000 residents have received an updated COVID-19 vaccine. DHS says the number of flu shots administered last month was down about 13% compared to the same time a year ago. With flu outbreaks in Canada and the United Kingdom, the department is closely monitoring data trends for what may be a severe flu season. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a Turkey Day game for the green and gold.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 4:07.
Hey, WTMJ's John Burke here. I feel better than I ever have thanks to Connect Chiropractic. Got a little bit of a shoulder issue? The shoulder issue has gotten better. I carry my stress in my upper back. It's gone. It's Connect Chiropractic. I go every single week, and it's a long-term care focus at Connect, making you feel better so you can do the things that you want to do every single day. Play with the grandkids, play that pickleball, get out on the golf course. New location in Oak Creek, joining the existing locations in Tosa and Delafield. Go where I go. Connect Chiropractic.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Anton Salon and Medical Spa in Delafield. If you're looking for the perfect holiday gift, I've got you covered. Treat your loved ones or yourself to Anton's Salon and Spa in Delafield. Right now for Black Friday and Small Business Saturday, you can get a $200 gift card for just $150 and use them for rejuvenating facials. I just got the Diamond Glow and I loved it. They have a brand new machine for your Diamond Glow facials. Experts, hair, color, and cuts, or the latest nail and medical aesthetics. And products, too. They have 3 different holiday sets, which are Moroccan oil. It comes with a cute bag, Aveda lotion. It comes in a beautiful Christmas display, and Color Wow hair set with full-size products. Anton's Salon and Medical Spa is where beauty and relaxation meet. And this limited time gift card offer is the perfect way to give and get a little luxury this holiday season. Visit AntonSalon.com or stop by Anton Salon and Spa in Delafield today.
Looking for the best Black Friday deals? Fleet Farm's got them. Doors open at 5 a.m. Friday with a free plush moose for the first 500 shoppers. Then save 30% on all in-store footwear. Get a $20 gift card when you buy $100 in Carhartt gear. And all passenger tires are buy 3, get 1 free, with rebates of up to $100 on select brands. And if you just can't wait, shop early Black Friday starting Wednesday at 8 p.m. only at FleetFarm.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. The race for the NFC North Division title is in high gear. The Packers and Lions trailing the Bears by 1 game with 6 games to play. Jordan Love and the Packers visit Detroit and the Lions on Thanksgiving Day.
The prep is got to get started today, and everybody trying to get their bodies back, get back healthy as quickly as possible. But short weeks are always tough, but it's a good stretch of NFC North games right here that we got to go out there and find a way to go 1-0 next week as well. But the mindset's always to get back as quickly as possible, start studying for Detroit, and try and get your body back as quickly as possible.
And the Bucks wrap up a 3-game homestand tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Giannis remains out with a growing strain. Our coverage starts at 6:30 right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:10.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
When you look through your windows, you should see more than the world outside. You should see craftsmanship, comfort, and class. For over 31 years, Milwaukee homeowners have trusted Siding Unlimited to install beautiful, energy-efficient windows that redefine what quality feels like. Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited. Our professional installation of Pella windows and doors offers elegance with performance, keeping your home warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and stunning all year long. From design to installation, every detail is handled by local experts who care, because fine craftsmanship isn't just how it looks, it's how it lasts. For siding, roofing, windows, and doors, let Milwaukee's National Contractor of the Year, Siding Unlimited, give you a free estimate and start the process. Call 262-567-4513 or go to sidingunlimited.com. That's sidingunlimited.com.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News is on the air, broadcasting live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios in beautiful downtown Milwaukee. Here are your hosts, Julia Fellow, and in for John McCure, it's Telly Hughes.
Telly, so glad that you're with us. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully you're having a shortened week like we are, right?
Yes.
So a recent Gallup poll looked at work, and it shows that 90% of employees still want to continue to have the option, or at least some type of little bit of work from home in a hybrid setup. 90% still want that. Popular or not, businesses are tightening the reins, and it's about to become even easier for your company to track where you are and snoop on you. Microsoft Teams, do you use that? It has a new feature. It automatically detects your office location, where you are, as soon as you connect with the company Wi-Fi. It is designed to do exactly what you think. Help your boss verify attendance, track who is physically present in a specific building at a specific time. Many employees, however, feel this is an invasion of privacy, essentially turning the popular Teams communication and collaboration platform into a snitch that tells bosses whether staff are in the office or not. This type of surveillance technology, could it damage trust? As a worker may feel they're being treated with suspicion rather than respect. So if you're using a company computer or cell phone, Telly, do you think that there's an expectation of privacy or no?
To a degree, yes. But you also have to know that degree is during work hours. You definitely should pay attention to what you're doing on a work computer. But outside of my working hours, I wouldn't expect for Big Brother to continue to try to monitor and see what I'm doing or what my location is. But I think this is another reason that it's so amazing to me, because when the pandemic came and you had to use Zoom and Teams and all of these things, it was just this new way of communicating without having to be in the same space. Now that COVID is over, people want you to go back to the way it was, where now we already know we could do this and still be just as effective. And there's a lot of people that feel that way in terms of being able to work from home. I was productive then. Why can't I continue to be productive? Why do I have to come to this establishment? So I get it, but I do think it's another way to invade your privacy. And I mean, it's, I can say it in a nice way and say monitor your movements, but it's really to be nosy, and it's really for you to say where you are when you say you are at that location, in my opinion.
So there's accountability in being a teammate, but when does it go over the line of you spying on your workers?
Yeah.
I mean, is this spying?
I think this is spying.
I mean, if I didn't tell you this, would you know about it?
Probably not. And I only use my Teams when I have a Teams meeting, and not even thinking about it when I'm not using it. But now knowing that it's another way to track what you are doing, and you already have smartphones that are doing that. You already have other things that are doing it. And now you have to think about another tool that your employer can basically find out what they want to find out at their discretion.
There you go. 4:15 on WTMJ. Green and Gold Insiders with Packers legend Brian Bulaga is next.
John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. A new year can mean a new look at your finances. How about a plan that's built around what matters to you most? Annex Wealth Management is here to help show you a confident path to the retirement you deserve. As a fee-only fiduciary, Annex is fully committed to prioritizing your interests. Understand what's in your portfolio with expert guidance in investment, retirement planning, tax and estate strategies. Planning at every level with a holistic approach. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Even if you're with another firm, a second opinion can provide clarity. You can review how Annex structures its planning and how their values might align with yours, maybe at their new Whitefish Bay location. Make sure to check out Instant Insight webinar series at annexwealth.com. With the shutdown over, Annex breaks down what that could mean for you with the latest jobs numbers. From taxes to planning, Annex has designed videos so you can conveniently get up to speed. Start the conversation about your future where I did years ago. annexwealth.com.
We believe that self-care isn't selfish. I'm Maddie from Sweet Talks, a women-owned and operated medical spa fostering self-love and confidence. We believe that beauty is about feeling empowered from within, and it's truly a passion for our team at Sweet Talks. Your goals are our goals. Our services go beyond injectables, including facials, lasers, medical weight loss, hormone therapy, and more. There's even a cafe, complimentary to all patients. Get started today at Sweet Talks in Menominee Falls. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
Homer here for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started.
Traffic is sponsored by Flanders Home Entertainment. Flanders.com. Just press play.
Upgrade your entertainment setup today. For the best in audio and video for your home, indoors and outdoors, Flanders Home Entertainment delivers sound advice at the best price. Flanders. Just press play.
Traffic is sponsored by Flanders Home Entertainment. Flanders.com. Just press play. Also, our podcast is sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's solution. Visit DaveDrakeCamp.com. Debbie Lazaga, let's get a look at the roads.
Well, we got a new issue now on the ramp from 43 southbound to westbound 94 in the Marquette. We've got a crash on the right shoulder, so watch out for that. It's already going to be backed up from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette down to the KK River anyway, so just keep your eyes open for that. Southbound 41 got backups just south of Good Hope Road all the way down past Hampton. Northbound sides backing up from just north of Mayfair Road all the way up almost to Capitol Drive. And then we've got delays on the bypass from about National Avenue down and around the Hale interchange to just past Forest Home. On the westbound side, it's just tightening up right past Loomis. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. A chance of rain and drizzle, patchy fog possible tonight, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, shower chances, a high of 52. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, windy, and cooler. A chance of spotty rain-snow mix. That's possible, a high of 38 degrees. Breezy and cooler for your Thanksgiving, a high of 33 degrees. Sunny and chilly for your Friday, a high of 32 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee, it's 49 degrees and cloudy.
He wore the jersey. He lived the battles in the trenches. And now he's breaking it all down with his championship insight.
This is what it feels like to be one of the big dogs in the NFL. There's a lot of mental toughness that comes along with that. Boost your ego a little bit.
It's time to get caught up on the green and gold with today's Insider.
Brian Bloggin, Iowa.
On Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
Green and Gold Insiders is sponsored by Window Nation. Balaga, what a win!
Fantastic win. How we doing this Monday evening?
My goodness, in the second half, they only got 4 yards on us. Have you ever seen?
Fantastic.
I mean, we've seen stuff like this before, but I mean, for this season, how great was it? Like a sigh of relief for us, right?
Yeah, I mean, this was a big-time defense performance, and it could have come really at a better time if you look at the way the schedule's lining up and all the division opponents that are coming down the pipe here for the Packers. I mean, obviously, Detroit coming up on Thanksgiving, that's an enormous game. And then Chicago, I believe, is pretty quick back-to-back games, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play Chicago, have another game in between, then Chicago again, I think I'm thinking of the right schedule there. And this is the time you want to be clicking, right? This is the time you want to have that defense that you can always rely on no matter what time of the year, what situation. You could just lean on them and count on them to put you in good situations. And that was a performance yesterday that I haven't seen in a long time. And they've been really good this year. Don't get me wrong. The defense has been really good this year. But that was a very special performance by the Packers defense yesterday. And to have them be able to do that against division opponents when, obviously the Vikings know the Packers very well, right? They know them very well. They know this defense very well from last year. Obviously, the quarterback is different, but McConnell knows the defense well, and let's just say Hafley got one over on him this year, and they're 1-0 against the Vikings in the battle for the North this year.
Brian, absolutely dominating defensive performance, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions, 10 quarterback hits. But you're going to have the naysayers that say, well, it came against J.J. McCarthy. He is not a good NFL quarterback so far. But we've also seen this season where we felt like the Packers were supposed to win and dominate, and they didn't, a la Cleveland Browns, Carolina Panthers. So what do you how would you rate this win in the confidence department for this team moving forward? Yes, it's a divisional win. Yes, you got a bunch of divisional games coming up, 2 against the Bears in a matter of 4 weeks. How would you assess this win? Because some people could say the Vikings aren't good, but any divisional win is good, and anyone knows that have played in the NFC North like yourself.
Absolutely, and I think people that say that about McCarthy, I mean, that's fine. I mean, listen, yeah, he struggled, but I'm going to tell you this much: Green Bay made him struggle, right? Like no one's made him look like that yet this year. Besides the Packers. I mean, let's just be real about it. I mean, the Packers made him look that way. And I will say this, like the Vikings offensive line isn't a bad group. They are not a bad group by any stretch of the imagination. They have very good tackles. They have a good center. They have a good core group, but they did not look like a good group. And that's what the Packers defense did to them, right? When you're able to suffocate an offensive line out, quarterbacks aren't able to do anything. It doesn't matter who you have back there. It does not matter. So, to say it was against McCarthy, like that's fine. Like that's okay. Like sure, whatever. Keep talking. That's fine. We're good with that. You can keep saying that because if they continue to go out and perform that way, it's not going to matter who's behind center. If you continue to perform at that level, especially up front, if you pressure the quarterback at that rate and harass them at that rate, it's going to be tough for the quarterback to do anything. It doesn't matter if it's J.J. McCarthy, if it's Jared Goff coming up this week, if it's going to be Caleb Williams the following week. It does not matter. If the defensive front plays like that, it's going to be tough for any offense to operate.
Yeah, Brian, if they're going to make the playoffs, they're going to earn it. Like you just mentioned several times, their schedule. You got the Lions, the Bears at Denver, then the Bears again in Chicago, then back home against the Ravens, and then you finish the season in Minnesota. So in these last 6 games, if the Packers are going to make the playoffs, they are going to earn it.
Absolutely. And Brian, I wanted to ask you about Jordan Love. He has an AC joint sprain in his left shoulder. Do you know how bad that is? I mean, that's not his throwing arm, but how devastating is that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, fortunately, I've never had one of those. I mean, I've had a lot of things in my time, but I haven't had one of those. But I've been with guys that, I mean, I played with a couple of guys out in LA that had those, and they look painful and they struggle with them. And some guys sit out, some guys play through it. I guess it depends on the severity of it. I guess there's different grades to the AC joint sprain. But I think the way Matt LaFleur managed that game for him yesterday a little bit, and really leaning on the run game and giving him you didn't give him a week off, but you certainly didn't put him under the gun the way you would have if you would have had him drop back and throw it 35 times, which he may have to do against Detroit, right? So you gave him a little week to protect himself, to get healthy, to try to get that thing as, I guess, feeling 100% as possible. It's not going to get there. Let's just be honest. It's not going to get to 100%. It's impossible at this point. But it's painful. It's definitely going to be painful and something he's going to be dealing with for the rest of the way. But the fact that he's pushing through it, he went out there last week and played through it, and he's doing it again this week. Hats off to him, right? I mean, that shows a lot of toughness from him. I mean, obviously, anything when it comes to shoulders and quarterbacks, whether it's throwing or non-throwing, that affects everything for them, right? Like any movement for them up top as they're torquing and twisting and turning and throwing that football, anything that, doesn't feel right affects the way the ball comes out. And that's tough on them. So for him to gut through that and still continue to do what he needs to do to get this team over the line, I think is, tip of the cap to him. And I just hope this offensive line can protect him. Don't take any big shots, right? Get down, slide. If you're getting out of the pocket, you don't need to run anyone over. No one needs to see how tough you are. No one wants to see it. I don't care. I'd rather see you get on the ground and not get the first down than try to truck a linebacker. Personally, that's just me. But I think that if the offensive line takes care of them, LaFleur kind of does his thing like he did yesterday and mix in that run game and the play action game to kind of protect him that way too. I think they can manage the injury very well. I think they can.
He is your Green Bay Packers champion, Brian Balaga. Brian, thank you.
No problem. We will talk to you after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. 426 on WTMJ. Traffic is sponsored by Sweet Talks Med Spa. Your goals are our goals.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. They are the real deal. My wife had a recent back issue, went to Orthopedic Hospital, used the doctors, used the facility, used the physical therapist. It was all a piece of cake. Beautiful facilities, incredible people, top docs in the area, highest patient satisfaction ratings. Orthopedic specialists are available to care for every part of your body. Go to the website, OHOW.com, OHOW.com. Request an appointment. Advanced diagnostics, great place. It's Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
Why wait for Black Friday when you can save every day? Hassleless Mattress is bringing back Black Friday Plus now through December 2nd on all Beautyrest World Class, and Beautyrest Black mattresses. Get a Queen Beautyrest Elm Cove A mattress. Others sell it for $1,650, but our Black Friday Plus price is just $794, plus free adjustable base, plus free memory foam pillows, plus free next day delivery, and a great night's sleep. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassleless.com.
For 20 years, Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive has brought our community together, sharing the importance of giving, encouraging acts of kindness, and us kids helping other kids.
Join Capco and WTMJ for the 20th anniversary and a celebration of giving on Saturday,
December 13th at the Kasmeric Center for Human Performance in Grafton. This is more than just a toy drive. It's about community and learning how generosity can change lives across Wisconsin.
Be part of the magic.
Bring your family, bring your friends, and most importantly,
bring toys.
Because the joy of giving is the greatest gift of all.
Let's make this Christmas brighter for each child and family. Learn more at kidstoKidstoydrive.com. That's kids, the number 2, kidstoydrive.com.
Turn that
office gathering into something bold, fun, and completely unexpected. A unique, unforgettable celebration at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center in Kenosha, where safety and education always come first. Whether it's a corporate event, team outing, or family get-together, Mission 94 delivers. Private range access for your group, expert instructions from trained professionals, and customizable catering. Make this season one to remember with the gift of education at Mission 94. Book your holiday event today. Just Google Mission 94.
St. Nick meets St. Kate. The holidays are in full swing at St. Kate the Arts Hotel, where every celebration shines a little brighter. Browse unique gifts at the holiday marketplace, gather for unforgettable Christmas Eve and Christmas Day dining, and of course, don't miss Brunch with Santa, a family favorite filled with joy, treats, and holiday magic. Celebrate the season at St. Kate the Arts Hotel. Visit stkatearts.com/holidays for all the details.
The holiday season is a magical time of year to visit Lake Geneva. Embark on an enchanting Santa cruise on the lake. Take in a parade of trees and marvel at the world's tallest glass tree, built before your very eyes. Enjoy holiday shopping in a historic downtown. Chill out with festive food and libations in an igloo under the stars. Or find adventure on a zipline, ski hill, or snow-covered nature trail. Make Lake Geneva your place for holiday fun this year. Check out visitlakegeneva.com today for all the festive details.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Ford Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Traffic is sponsored by Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Design Exchange is where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story this half hour: the escaped Slenderman stabber back in custody.
I'm Telly Hughes, piecing together a peace deal.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Southbound on 43, that accident in the Marquette. Looks like that got cleared out of the way pretty quickly. We do have delays, though, from just south of Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette and over the high rise. You are back on the brakes from about Lapham all the way down to the KK River crossing. Westbound 94, backing up from 25th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Eastbound is still heavy from just before 84th Street to Hawley Road. Southbound 41, backing up from Good Hope Road, pretty much all the way down past Hampton. The northbound side's backing up from Mayfair Road up to about Burleigh, and then back on the brakes past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Drizzle chances tonight, patchy fog possible, a low of 43 tonight. Tomorrow, a chance of showers, a high of 52 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 49 degrees and cloudy. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser is back in custody, nearly 200 miles from home. She disappeared sometime on Saturday from a group home she was staying at as part of her conditional release from Winnebago Mental Health Institute. She then cut off her GPS monitor, according to authorities, and took off with a 42-year-old man. Both were found last night sleeping behind a truck stop in Posen, Illinois. The police chief there.
She wasn't charged with anything from us other than the warrant. That she was subsequently transported to the Markham Police Department, or Markham Courthouse, where she'll be transported to Cook County Jail later today or tomorrow to await an extradition hearing.
The man faces criminal trespassing and obstructing identification. He has since been released, not identified just yet, according to our newsroom. Geyser and classmate Anissa Wire were found not guilty by reason of mental defect in the attempted murder of their classmate in a 2014 crime, they say, to appease the fictional character named Slenderman.
What can Morgan Geyser expect once she's extradited back to Wisconsin?
Whether or not Geyser's conditional release plan agreed to in September will be revisited rests with the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. The Waukesha County District Attorney Leslie Basie says if that revocation is sought, her office will support it.
Not only should she have been in custody from 2014 forward,
but also for her not to be released to conditional release.
Basie says a county victim witness assistant was the only person to inform the family of Peyton Leitner to Geiser's disappearance and subsequent arrest in Posen, Illinois. In Waukesha, Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A hunter was killed from a gunshot wound in Fond du Lac County. The 24-year-old man from Lamira was hunting in the town of Oakfield. He was found dead by a tree stand near Stump Road and Wild Goose Road Saturday night. Sheriff's office says he likely discharged his gun accidentally.
Identifying the man who died after crashing into a house on Milwaukee's south side. 29-year-old David Lopez Perez struck a home early Saturday morning. The medical examiner says a porch collapsed onto his vehicle. Speeding and driving under the influence were likely factors in the crash. No one inside the home was hurt.
After naming a new CEO, financial experts are curious about third-quarter earnings for Kohl's. We have Annex Wealth Management CEO Dave Spano. He tells WTMJ's Point Taken.
We're really going to have to take a look at that and see where Kohl's goes, for example. I mean, the stock has gone from, they had an offer at $60 a share not that long ago, got down to $5, trading about 15, 16 today. So are they on the road to recovery? We'll have to see.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. The Packers are 7-3-1. The Detroit Lions are 7-4. The two teams meet in Detroit for a Thanksgiving matchup with a noon kickoff.
They're one of the premier teams in the National Football League for a reason. I think they got great coaches. I think they got great players, great schemes. So it'll be a great challenge for us, but one our guys will be ready for.
The Lions are currently favored by 3 points for Thursday's game. And without Giannis, the Bucks aim to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Giannis remains out with a groin injury. Our coverage starts at 6:30 tonight right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:35.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. It's hard to believe the holidays are almost here. We want to say thank you to our clients we helped in 2025. You are why we love what we do. Our why is simple: to make a real difference for people who feel stuck, frustrated, or ignored, and give them the tools they need to succeed. We helped Cheryl clean up 2 years of QuickBooks so her business could see a path to a bright future when she now had good financial information in her hands. We helped Nate fix a tax mess with the IRS created by one of those national firms and saved him $103,000 in penalties plus another $152,000 in taxes because we know the tax law. Imagine the stress lifted off your shoulders after you talk with us. You earned it. We help you keep it. Call us now at 414-325-2040 to arrange a meeting to see if we can help you. Don't wait. Call now. That's 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
So this is why you need to text WATCH. WATCH to 855-616-1620. WATCH to our setting limited talk and text line. We have with us the Grinch.
How we doing today? Hello. And all those at home watching, text the number to watch. Come on, you're going to miss this. Believe me, you don't want to miss this.
No, you really don't.
No. I don't leave my cave to be ignored. Let's say that.
Dr. Seuss' How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the musical, is here at the Marcus Performing Arts Center. The first night show is tomorrow at 7:30, and we have the Grinch in studio with us.
Hello. Oh, my gosh, so excited to be here in Milwaukee. Just having the best time. Have you ever had a cheese curd? Oh, my gosh, that thing's delicious. It's no garbage and onions, but it's real good. It's delicious. It's amazing. Yeah.
So when you were coming here, were you all in your full Grinch?
I woke, much like Beyonce, I woke up like this, right? This is just how I exist. I'm walking around town. We were down by the Marcus Center where our amazing show will be. A car literally like honked its horn, flipped a Yui, and 4 people got out to take a picture with the Christmas icon. So I don't blame them. I would do the same.
I'm sure that never happens to you.
That's the first time that has particularly happened.
Really?
Yes, but don't worry. Usually people are already outside of their cars when they scream and run over to me to take a picture.
That's
fantastic.
fantastic.
So it's a good time. Yeah.
So I heard that you go to a lot of tree lighting ceremonies.
Yes. As a dignitary of Christmas.
Are we upset about this? Do we want to pluck all of the
Well, I
lights
understand
off?
reading is hard. People don't like to finish books anymore. But my heart has grown, right? I'm nice now. I'm just a little impatient. But it's been an honor to have the world slowly embrace me and say, okay, he can come to the tree lighting ceremony. But watch him, right? They're watching me at all times. What can I say? Sometimes old habits die hard. Well, every now and again I'll try to steal an ornament, but I'll put it back. Don't worry. Calm down.
So the Grinch has evolved.
It's
is what you're saying.
Yes, growth. 1% better every day and no more. Because it's exhausting to try to be a good person every day. I got a couple hours in me at a time. Let's say that much.
That's fantastic. Okay, so what do we plan to do in Milwaukee? Do we have any plans?
Well, aside from my amazing show that I have to do all the time, we're gonna run around. I know I got a few more interviews tomorrow, of course. Got to let everybody know my amazing show is here in town. Other than that, I don't know. It's too nice outside. I need it to be snow and sleet and hail and gray and everything. I practically get a tan outside. It can turn like a nice olive green eventually. It's gonna be terrible. I don't have time for all that. So I may just hide away and just turn the AC down to 40 degrees in my room and see what happens. Maybe it'll be nice and cold in there.
So during the summer, I'm sure it's slow months for you, but around this time,
we're busy. Much like Mariah Carey, they thaw me out, parade me around for 2 months, and put me back in the freezer. It's a really good time. It's great.
Who's more famous, the Grinch or Old Saint Nick?
Oh, okay. Here's the thing. You have to say Old Saint Nick, or else he gets weird about it. It's a thing every time. No, hello. He's been around longer. I get that. But people like me, I'm right. Technically, I'm like the new kid on the block, right? Me and that elf on the shelf, he can go away. I don't have time for him. But I'm sure that's how Santa feels about me. He's out. He just started. Get out of here, kid. Let me know when you're an icon. You're not there yet.
No, you are an icon.
Thank you.
What do you love about the performance, about the Grinch That Stole Christmas musical?
It's the most amazing, big, giant, spectacular musical you've ever seen. It's all the Who's down in Whoville. They're going to be up on stage. They're running around being so annoying. They're so obnoxious. They're banging on their drums and playing with their toys and eating their food and having their togetherness and their love and their gross. And then my dog Max, of course, he helps me tell my story. And that darling little Cindy Lou. Oh, she helps me see the errors of my ways. I got to admit, she's a nice gal overall. She even has her own little song. I got my big giant number. I do a one Grinch kick line because I don't need any help in that department. Thank you very much. And it's just the best time in the world. It's so much fun. It's a blast.
How has this character evolved over the years? I know you say it's been growth in the Grinch's attitude, but how has the show evolved?
The show has evolved. It's just more people have got to see it every year. More love has come around every year. So for some cities, because the show has been touring around for a long time, oh my gosh, like 16 years or something like that, and it's 15, but still, it's been touring around. The whole country's been able to see it. For some people, it's tradition. For some people, they come and see it and have such a fun time. It's so much going on. Oh, look, the people outside the window are taking pictures of me. Hello. It's so great to see just the people more and more over the years get more excited to see when the Grinch comes to town. That's the best part.
It's 85 minutes long, Telly.
Okay.
There's no intermission, so it's great for all ages.
Yes.
I love the colors.
It's the colors. It's
vibrant.
So it's if you watch the book, so look at the book. It's all black and white and red and pink. And of course, I'm the giant green one. But in the book, I'm only black and white. I didn't turn green until 1964, till the cartoon came out.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
The Grinch wasn't green till then. He was just this character in a book. And so, but yes, on stage, I'm the giant green one running around, and it is so splashy and fun. And the sets and the costumes literally look like from the book. Like take a book with you and play bingo. And be like, that one's in there, that one's in there, that one's in there.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Some of it looks like sketches in itself. It's awesome.
It's very beautiful.
So Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the musical, is here at the Marcus Performing Arts Center. First night show is tomorrow at 7:30. Then it will go all the way through the next few days.
Through Sunday. We don't have a show on Thanksgiving because y'all are going to be busy eating turkey or whatever.
Yes, it runs tomorrow through Sunday except Thanksgiving.
Except
That's
Thanksgiving.
right.
But 2 shows Friday, 3 shows Saturday, 2 shows again Sunday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be exhausted. Oh my gosh, Milwaukee's wearing me out. They're like, go see the rest of Milwaukee. When? I'm tired.
A lot of matinees, too, for our young
A lot of matinees.
ones.
Bring the whole family. If your kid can sit for 90 minutes and be entertained, this show is very entertaining. They will love it. We had 3-year-olds come to see it because it's a perfect way to introduce kids to theater, to get them to sit still, to clap, to be wondrous at the amazing things that I'm showing them and the phenomenal job that I'm doing, obviously. And it's so much fun. It's just a blast of a show. It really is.
The Grinch. That's him. My
That is
goodness.
him. I can put this on my resume
You
now.
can put it on your
I have
resume.
interviewed the Grinch now.
Interviewed the Grinch.
It's 4:43 on WTMJ.
Thank you.
Tracy, why are you wearing those ridiculous running shoes?
It's the deadline dash, Jason. The federal HVAC tax credits are expiring December 31st. Everyone will be racing to get their new furnace and air conditioner installed.
You're right. The clock is ticking and the equipment must be installed by the end of 2025.
Exactly, and the savings are real. The tax credit for a new heat pump alone is up to $2,000.
Call today and we'll help you get your installation scheduled in 2025 so you don't miss out on all of the savings.
Call CapitalCares.com.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns. It's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down. Discover your path to better mental health at hazeldenbettyford.org/Wisconsin. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit froedtert.com/heart.
You don't need a massive walk-in to have a beautiful, organized closet.
Tired of wasted space? Or that pile of shoes that's always hiding behind your closet door?
Abracadabra!
Inspired Closets is the expert at doubling or even tripling your storage space instantly.
It's like magic, but better, because it's custom designed for you.
We make it easy and affordable and transform your space regardless of its size or scope.
Get started today at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Inspired Closets.
A wife and husband team.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Capital Heating and Cooling. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Traffic is sponsored by Richlands Tire and Service Center.
Richlands Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlands.com when you're due for service.
Traffic and then weather, Debbie Lasaga.
Okay, well, we've got this crash now on the off-ramp to Wells from 175 southbound. Keep that open, or keep that in mind as you're driving through there. It is not open, so it's going to be a tight squeeze. Westbound 94 backing up from just before 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Then on to Waukesha County, we've got delays just west of Calhoun. On the eastbound side, delays from about Brookfield Road past Calhoun, back on the brakes from about 92nd Street all the way to Hawley Road. And then we've got backups on the bypass south of Greenfield Avenue in pockets all the way down to about Oklahoma. Then it's slow all the way down and around the Hale interchange to about Forest Home. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Rain and drizzle chances tonight. Patchy fog, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52 degrees. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, windy, and cooler. A chance of spotty rain, snow mix, a high of 38. For your Thanksgiving, it'll be breezy and cooler, a high of 33 degrees. Friday, sunny and chilly, a high of 32 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 49 degrees. New information just into our newsroom about the Slender Man stabber who was on the run for about 1 day. Police say she cut off her monitoring bracelet, left the group home where she had been ordered to stay on Saturday night. She was found about 200 miles away in a Chicago suburb, sleeping on a sidewalk next to a 42-year-old man. A person working at the truck stop called the police. At first, Morgan told officers a fake name, they say, but after pressing her for about 10 minutes, she gave up.
She simply told the officer, "Here's my real name. You can Google me and you'll find out who I am."
Just Google me. Wow. She said she did something bad. And then you Google Morgan Geyser. Oh. The reason why this 22-year-old was on the run, it scared so many. It's because she was sentenced to be in a mental health institution for 40 years after stabbing her classmate 19 times to appease the fictional character, the Slender Man. The victim survived after crawling for help through the woods onto a bike path in Waukesha County. This was back in 2014 when the girls were just 12 years old. A biker that was just happened to be passing by found the victim and called 911. She survived. At the time, she told people that she thought that she could talk to Harry Potter characters, Morgan Geyser. And Morgan Geyser said she thought she had Vulcan mind control like Spock from the movie Star Trek. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which is extremely rare in young children. Fast forward 10 years later, her lawyer and family were trying to get her released for years, arguing to the judge that she's much better. People testifying she no longer has schizophrenia. A Waukesha County judge ordered her conditional release from the Winnebago Mental Health Institution back in February. That came to a swift halt when the judge put a stay on that order, but she would eventually be put in that group home outside of Madison in September.
We support that she should be in custody. Not only should she have been in custody from 2014 forward, but also Attorney Nikolai argued vehemently for her not to be released to conditional release.
That's the Waukesha County DA speaking today. So what were those arguments before? Let's go back to the petition by the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, which filed to prevent this from even happening, to prevent her from being released, citing many concerns. Here they are. This is what we learned back in March. It included a book she was reading called Rent Boy. It contained themes of sexual sadism, graphic content, according to the petition that was argued back this spring. There was also concern about contact with a man outside of the hospital who had an unnatural interest in her crime. We found that she had sent letters and drawing back to this man, and he had tried to sell the photos on Facebook. He was calling it the Slender Man package.
We found that there were letters and drawings that she had sent him, a postcard, and he was selling them. He was selling the items.
Were you able to see the drawings that he was purporting were from Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
Were they concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
They were very dark in nature. I would describe it as a horror type picture.
Morgan's defense attorney fired back at the time, saying,
But you were also aware of the fact that Ms. Geyser has been drawing disturbing things for a long time. And Dr. Lumbaum was aware of that when she suggested that Morgan was appropriate to be released, aren't you?
That's the report.
This is not new. Her doing a disturbing drawing is not a new fact at all. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So we'll put that to the side.
So Geyser said that she gave up the information that he had come to visit her, this man, and that Morgan herself stopped the contact. Morgan's lawyer revealed in court that man was obsessed with true crime, with this case, and was at one time a corrections officer. Geyser's defense attorney correcting the record, saying that he had been in the visitor's log since 2022. So was the man that she was found with yesterday the same man who was visiting her in that mental health institution earlier this year? The DA was asked. The DA does not know, but pointed to the court, is aware of her notoriety in this case. It has spawned a lot of people to reach out to her from across the country.
I'm still, Julia, just flabbergasted by all these details that are coming out, and you still thought it was a good idea to give her conditional release. So now you have to go back and ask yourself, okay, so when do we know if a person is ready to be in a group home or can handle being conditionally released and not fully released? But it is not a good situation, and you can't just not do anything about it. Again, when there are terms of your condition that are put out there, you have to abide by them. And if you don't, there is a chance that that can be revoked and you'll go back to your original sentence, which was 40 years in a mental hospital or a health facility. Yes.
Through 2058.
So again, I just think that, and regardless of if she knew this person she ended up in Poston, Illinois with, does that matter? I mean, because, again, if she knows the person, it can happen again. If she doesn't know the person, then who's to say there can be another opportunity down the line that she goes, MIA with another person that she just met. But my assumptions would lead me to believe this is the same person she was communicating with while she was in the institution.
I would think so.
You would,
but we don't have that confirmed.
I mean, again, I'm not going to put it out there like this, but you don't know what type of social media accounts she has, and if she's on any sort of websites where she's meeting people and things of that nature. So
it also brings us to yesterday when the victim was notified by Waukesha County DA's office that Geyser was on the loose.
To make sure that they knew about it. They did not know anything about it. We wanted to make sure that they were safe and that they had a plan in place. Obviously, we want to safeguard her safety and the community's safety, because frankly, when she's released, based upon some of the evidence that came out previous hearings, we have concerns about the safety of the community as well.
So what happens next? She's going to be extradited back to Wisconsin. She'll face charges for violating her conditional release in Dane County, and it's up to the Department of Health Services. They have control of her. They have custody of her, Department of Health Services, to petition the court, which would be Waukesha County, to withdraw that conditional release, which would be heard again in Waukesha. So there's a lot of moving parts. 4:56 on WTMJ. Here's your business headlines.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission subpoenas Northwestern Mutual. The agency investigates a former employee's complaint he was passed over for a promotion because he's a white male. The company denies the allegations. Wisconsin Department of Transportation studies the economic impact of keeping I-794 downtown or demolishing it. Commercial Realtors Association says removing the freeway reduces economic growth. The price for a Lake Geneva home with 5 bedrooms, 5 baths, and 100 feet of shoreline is $8.25 million. The seller is from Illinois. The buyers are from Florida. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a good karma brand station.
Get new Pella windows for the entire house as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 60 months.
Ready for the snap and a timeout taken. The team looks a little bit lost. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, the winning play is simple. A whole house of new windows as low as $297 a month with 0% interest interest for up to 6 years.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no interest. A championship move from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
No doubt, Wayne. And unlike the opponent's defense, Pella Windows actually stopped the drafts.
The draft picks we gave up for number one had to be the steal of the century.
True, but I'm talking about replacing all drafty windows.
Roger that. With energy-efficient windows that keep the cold out, you'll stay as toasty as a fan at a warm weather preseason game.
Pay as low as $297 a month for a whole house of new Pella windows.
Don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today.
Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 11/30/2025.
It's here. Black Friday deals are live at Fox World Travel, and your next adventure is waiting. Set sail with Viking or Holland America. Fly away with Delta Vacations. Explore Europe with Insight or Globus. Or unwind in luxury with Classic Vacations. From sun-soaked beaches to breathtaking rivers and historic cities, there's a trip for every dreamer. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com. These exclusive partner deals won't last long.
Leading a nonprofit takes just the right mix of skills, experience, and passion. It is not easy to find those people. But Spano Pratt can help. They specialize in executive recruiting within the nonprofit world. From candidate discovery to assessment and selection, all the way to onboarding and executive coaching. The team at Spano Pratt is full of experts who identify talent that align with your purpose and mission. Go to SpanoPratt.com to start your search.
We get it. You're on the go, and life gets in the way. Stay up to date on all things WTMJ with podcasts of every show. Available on WTMJ.com. And don't forget you can stream WTMJ online and watch your favorite WTMJ shows on YouTube. Every show, when you want it, no matter where you are. We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620 WTMJ.
Holiday gifts made easy at Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan, right across the Wisconsin border. Shop award-winning, organically grown products, plus incense, apparel, and more. And yes, Sasquatch is waiting. Order now at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in-store at SteelUSA.com. That's SteelUSA.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Flanners Home Entertainment, Flanners.com. Just press play.
Upgrade your entertainment setup today. For the best in audio and video for your home, indoors and outdoors, Flanners Home Entertainment delivers sound advice at the best price. Flanners, just press play.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
I'm Julia Fellow. This is Wisconsin's afternoon news for Monday, November 24th. Your top story, the Slenderman stabber awaits extradition.
I'm Telly Hughes, and for John McCure, a federal investigation of Northwestern Mutual.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, and we do still have an accident on Highway 175 southbound off-ramp to Wells. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, beyond that, it's not too bad. East and westbound on 94, well, those are delayed. Eastbound is going to be slowing down from just before 84th Street all the way to Hawley Road. The westbound side's backed up from 25th Street to Hawley. And then on southbound 43, we've got a heavy ride from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette down to the KK River crossing. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
A little bit of drizzle tonight, then patchy fog, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of showers, your high will be 52 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, it is cloudy and 48 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser is back in custody nearly 200 miles from home. She disappeared sometime on Saturday from the group home she was staying at as part of her conditional release from Winnebago Mental Health Institute. She then cut off her GPS monitor and took off with a 42-year-old man. Both were found Sunday sleeping behind a truck stop in Posen, Illinois. Posen Police Chief William Alexander.
She wasn't charged with anything from us other than the warrant. That she was subsequently transported to the Markham Police Department, or Markham Courthouse, where she'll be transported to Cook County Jail later today or tomorrow to await extradition hearing.
The man faces criminal trespassing and obstructing identification. He's since been released. WTMJ's Adam Roberts just got his hands on new information. He joins us in just about 10 minutes from now. Geyser and classmate Anissa Wire were found not guilty by reason of mental defect in the attempted murder of their classmate in 2014. They say it was all to appease the fictional character named Slenderman.
Once Morgan Geyser returns to Wisconsin, the Department of Health Services will need to consider whether to revoke Geyser's conditional release since Geyser was in their care. Waukesha County Assistant District Attorney Abby Nicolai.
It's extremely concerning that you would so blatantly violate a very, very simple condition, which is to stay in a placement and keep a bracelet on. And that we have no idea what was going on is extremely concerning to the state, because immediately my thoughts went to the victim and keeping the community safe.
It will be up to the Dane County District Attorney to decide whether charges will be filed for Geyser cutting off her GPS monitoring bracelet.
A man was beaten to death in Milwaukee's North Division neighborhood and now has been identified as 47-year-old Brian Johnson, hit in the head multiple times near 11th and Locust. This happened early yesterday morning. The medical examiner says a friend brought him to the hospital where he died of facial trauma. Police are still searching for the suspect.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky could be on his way to the U.S. to further discuss President Trump's proposal for peace. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand.
Russian forces launched a massive drone attack on Ukraine Sunday, killing 4 people on the same day Ukrainian and U.S. negotiators talked about President Trump's peace plan. President Zelensky on Monday called it a critical time.
It is crucial to support the principles on which Europe stands, that borders cannot be changed by force.
Zelensky indicated territory remains a sticking point. The U.S. and Ukraine say they're working to update the administration's original draft peace plan.
A joint statement from the Trump administration after meeting with Ukrainian officials says any agreement must fully uphold Ukraine's sovereignty. Critics say the current draft gives Russia a lot of what it has been asking for.
Coming up, a close race for the division title.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 5:05.
You work hard, you probably play hard, and you deserve to feel like your best you. That's where Mend Massage comes in. I'm a customer of Mend Massage, and they just absolutely get it. You can find them at mendstudio.com. Multiple locations, 11 types of massage therapy. They go above and beyond, taking care of employees. They customize everything. It's Mend Massage. When I'm there, I'm comfortable, and I know it's long-term wellness. That's their goal. Each session is 60 minutes. They book you for 60, you get 60. I trust them. mendstudio.com.
Wow, that's quite a combo.
What, my outfit?
Why are you wearing tuxedo pants with a polo shirt?
It's all because of Penny Mustard's new Fancy Pants table.
Are you referring to the Izzy Major counter table?
That's the one.
I've heard so many people talking about the Izzy table.
They should be. It's a real showstopper.
Sophisticrafted with locally forged iron and sturdy glass.
Aha, the glass.
What about it?
The Izzy table's glass is so crystal clear.
Yeah?
Your dinner companions can see your lower half.
Ah, that's why you're wearing
Fancy Pants.
It all makes sense now.
Don't worry about your pants, but you might want to change your shoes.
These happen to be my nicest work boots.
They really class up the joint.
Thanks.
The Izzy Major counter table, starting at just $238 a month with no interest till November of 2027 through November 30th at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Fancy pants versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Score the top gifts for the Brewers fan in your life this holiday season. Set them up for an epic 2026 season with the all-new Brewers Holiday Bundle featuring 4 ticket vouchers, loaded value concession credits, and an exclusive Brewers Holiday ornament starting at just $99. Finish shopping for even the youngest Brewers fans with the 2026 Kids Crew Kit, including one-of-a-kind Brewers merch, 6 ticket vouchers, a ballpark tour, and more, all for just $35. Grab every Brewers Holiday gift today at Brewers.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. The race for the NFC North Division title is in high gear. The Packers and Lions trailing the Bears by 1 game with 6 games to play. Jordan Love and the Packers visit Detroit on Thanksgiving Day.
The prep is got to get started today, and everybody trying to get their bodies back, get back healthy as quickly as possible. But
Short weeks are always tough, but it's a good stretch of NFC North games right here that we got to go out there and find a way to go 1-0 next week as well. But the mindset's always to get back as quickly as possible, start studying for Detroit, and try and get your body back as quickly as possible.
And the Bucks wrap up a 3-game homestand tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Giannis remains out with a growing strain. Our coverage starts at 6:30 right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:08.
A buck in today's world doesn't go far unless you're spending it at Griffin. Because for just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. Buy one or a whole set. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand. We'll put you in new tires for just $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. That's right, $1 over cost, and we'll even show you the invoice to prove it. So what's the catch? There's really no catch. You don't have to buy a car or a truck from us. We'd like it if you did, but our only requirement is we put them on for you. Buy one, two, or a set of 4. The $1 deal at Griffin. Available at Griffin Chrysler Jeep South 27th Street and Griffin Ford Waukesha. The $1 deal at Griffin. Make your dollar go further. Griffin, the buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. $1 over cost. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
There's only one store that gives you every possible choice in diamonds.
Welcome to Kessler's.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Broadcasting live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios in beautiful downtown Milwaukee. Here are your hosts, Julia Fellow. And in for John McCure, it's Telly Hughes.
We also have with us WTMJ's Adam Roberts. He's been staying on top of the news all day on the Slenderman stabber, Morgan Geyser. She was on the loose. No one knew where she was as of Saturday night. Then yesterday, we got news she's in custody. And Adam, we have more information about the person that she was found with.
That's right. New details just shared with us from the Posen, Illinois Police Department. I have a report that was filed earlier today regarding the arrest of Geyser in that community, as well as you mentioned, Julia, the person, a man that the Geyser was with. We now know the identity of that individual, identified as 43-year-old Chad Mecca of Janesville, Wisconsin.
Oh, wow. You can see a photo of him. If you text 855-616-1620, watch to 855-616-1620. Morgan Geyser's sitting right next to him.
So the details that we've uncovered about how these two met, according to the report, as well as how they went from Madison, where Geyser was staying in a group home, to Posen, Illinois, about 20 miles south of Chicago. According to the report, first of all, both of these individuals gave assumed names to the police when they were originally confronted there. Geyser going with Stephanie Grease, according to the report, and Mecca with Charles Robertson. Now, prior to that, these two, according to this information from the department, had met a couple of months ago through shared attendance at Good Shepherd Church in Madison. Chad stated, according to the report, he did not like how Geyser was being treated at the Madison group home, stating that he had been denied visitation time with Geyser by the state. The Department of Health Services is the grantor of custody to Geyser. So at that point, due to their both mutual belief that she was being mistreated, they began to plot how they would escape. Geyser, according to the report, cut her ankle bracelet with a pair of scissors. Then the pair took a bus from Madison to Chicago aboard a Greyhound, then walked from the south side of the city of Chicago to Posen, where they ran out of money, according to the report. They then stopped at that Thornton's gas station in Posen, where they were discovered by police, gave the assumed names. Then you heard the quote earlier today from Chief William Alexander that Geyser told authorities to, quote, just Google me, and that's when she gave the actual name, and they found out exactly who they were dealing with at that Thornton's.
Oh, my goodness. So this 42-year-old man, is there any details on him going into her group home at all?
Well, you set me up very nicely, Julia. According to the report, Geyser, in an interview with police, stated on multiple occasions Mecca had visited her at the group home by, quote, climbing her window and sneaking in.
Oh, my gosh.
And that they had discussed potentially going as far south as Nashville, Tennessee, but only made it, as we know, to Posen, Illinois.
Wow. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Because she was supposed to be in this mental health institute, Winnebago Mental Health Institute, through 2058.
Yes, this is so bad. Adam, when you're unpacking all of this information, and it seemed like it all starts to tie together because at first we're wondering who it was, but there is information about he used to sneak into this group home where he wasn't allowed visitation?
According to the report, that's correct.
Wow.
My goodness.
So now we await what will happen next. So Mecca, by the way, is currently out after receiving a citation and notice form, was charged with criminal trespass and obstructing identification. As it pertains to Geyser, she is now through the extradition process or about to begin it. Her hearing is set for 11 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Layton Courthouse in Chicago's South Side. Of course, under the supervision of the Cook County Jail for tonight, then we'll begin that process. Now, the state indicates that if Geyser chooses to waive her extradition, this process could begin to take on a longer length of time. However, if everything goes according to how usually things move, she could be back in Wisconsin as soon as this week. She would be sent then to Waukesha County, which is the original charging jurisdiction. Then it's up to Dane County, as I detailed earlier on our midday show. If they choose to pursue charges against Geyser for the escape, she would then be transferred to Dane County. I have a source I trust that tells me if any charges are filed at all, it would likely be escaping custody, which is a Class H felony, punishable by up to 6 years in prison or a $10,000 fine.
Wow. WTMJ's Adam Roberts, thank you so much for staying on top of this. He even went to Waukesha County and went to the news conference with the DA, saying that this is, this is not great for, the safety for our entire community.
Yeah, and I just can't get over the fact that these two didn't think that people would be looking for them. And this is not a national story. This was a national story. And so you get 200 miles away and you just want to give a fake name and think that's going to be okay?
Wow.
And on top of that, I know we have to get to break, Julia, but Adam, what are the charges for the other suspect right now?
So are you referring to Mr. Mecca?
Yes.
So those charges, according to the Posen Police Department, are criminal trespass and obstructing identification, which would relate back to the fake name that he gave to police.
So basically misdemeanors. They wouldn't.
Well, he received a citation notice and he's out, so they're not being held on anything above that.
My goodness. Yeah, this is a crazy case that's been going on since 2014 in Waukesha County. Thank goodness that the young girl, when she was just 12 years old, she survived.
Yes.
After being stabbed 19 times to appease the fictional character named Slenderman at the time.
But having to relive this again and just getting notification, like you're thinking everything is fine, she's away, she's serving her time wherever, in whatever capacity, but then you just get a phone call on a Saturday night saying that, hey, the person that tried to kill you 11 years ago.
We don't know where she is.
We don't know where she is.
That's what happened.
And you don't know if she's looking for you or anything else. So, yeah, it's an unfortunate, very unfortunate incident that hopefully, we'll see what happens and what the consequences are for this happening.
She was in that group home for just about 2 months, and then this happens. It's 5:15 on WTMJ.
Hey, fellas, are you feeling off of your game? If you feel like something is holding you back, connect with the medical professionals at Game Day Men's Health. WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. Game Day Men's Health helps guys regain their youthful edge with hormone replacement, vitamin therapy, personalized weight loss plans, plus EPAT therapy, which I've used for injuries such as plantar fasciitis or tennis elbow. And it's all under the care of experienced medical professionals. A free consultation at their clinic in Brookfield, Shorewood, Germantown, or Delafield. Game Day Men's Health. Get back in the game.
Looking for a fun and meaningful way to kick off the holiday season? Join us for the 20th anniversary of Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive, Saturday, December 13th at the Kasmeric Center in Grafton. This free, family-friendly event is a celebration of giving. Bring a new, unwrapped toy and help brighten the holidays for children and families in need across Wisconsin. To learn more or get involved, visit kidstokidstoydrive.com and join us on December 13th in Grafton.
You've spent a lifetime taking care of others. Now it's your turn to enjoy life your way. At Capri Communities, they offer vibrant senior living where neighbors become friends, and each day brings something to smile about.
Well, it's breakfast with the boys, and then bingo is at 3 in the afternoon. I lost that super lady I lived with for 60 years, but have found a home and doing well. The accommodations, the facilities, it's been a pleasure.
Find your perfect new home at capricommunities.com.
Portland's blazing a trail. But the path stops in Milwaukee.
Rebounded by Ryan Rollins. Rollins drives right past Barnes, soars to the rim on the other side, punches it through, and then headbutts the backstop.
The Bucks face off against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Fiserv Forum.
Is a cool, calm, collected dude.
Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, WTMJ.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Traffic and then weather, Debbie Lazica.
Okay, well, we got delays on southbound 41, pretty much from Good Hope Road all the way down to Capitol Drive. The northbound side slowing down just before North Avenue, all the way up to just past Burleigh. We've got eastbound 94 kind of backing up right now. We've got basically from Springdale Road all the way through the Barker Road area to Brookfield Road. Back on the brakes from 92nd Street to Hawley. On the westbound side, got delays from about 20th Street all the way to Hawley Road as well. Remember that crash on 175 southbound's off-ramp to Wells, so keep that in mind. And then southbound 43, very heavy from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette and over the high-rise bridge. I'm Debbie Lazica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, a chance of rain, a little bit of drizzle, patchy fog, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, windy, and cooler. A chance of spotty rain, snow mix, a high of 38 degrees. For your Thanksgiving, it'll be breezy and cooler, a high of 33 degrees. Friday, sunny and chilly, a high of 32 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee, it's cloudy and 49 degrees. You may know Black Friday and Small Business Saturday, but what about Blackout Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving? It's the heaviest drinking day of the year. Many people head to the bar with some friends to de-stress the night before, all the chaos. One day before Thanksgiving, it's also known as Drinksgiving, one of the busiest bar nights of the year, rivaling St. Patrick's Day and even New Year's. Yes, it's typically because so many out-of-towners are returning home, reconnecting with friends at the bar. It also marks the start of drunk driving season, where checkpoints are ramping up before Turkey Day, and your risk of coming into contact with a drunk driver becomes 55% more likely than on an average day. It's 5:20 on WTMJ.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
We demand a lot of our shoulders and hands, our hips and knees, our backs and feet. They do life's heavy lifting, so we owe them the greatest attention in return. The Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network provides expert orthopedic and spine care to help you move, lift, turn, and reach with the most possible ease. Whether you have a sports-related injury or a nagging condition that just won't go away, excellence should always be an option. So we make our care available in nearby locations and offer same-day ortho and spine appointments when relief can't wait. It's how to recover quicker, prevent small concerns from becoming big ones, and solve complex issues with the expertise you can only get with academic medicine. We're given just one body, so let's tend to it, check in on it. Let's give it the greatest of care, because when it's tuned up and injury-free, we can always be pushing ahead. To learn more about our nationally recognized orthopedic and spine care, visit froedtert.com/ortho.
This holiday season, trade the hustle and bustle for a lakeside retreat just a short drive from the city at Lake Lawn Resort. With an award-winning spa, special events all month long, like our Taylor Swift experience, our annual Thanksgiving feast, and of course, the kickoff to our Breakfast with Santa brunch. Be sure to make time with family, friends, or that special someone. Lake Lawn Resort has everything you need to create cherished memories and relive stories of old. Book your holiday escape today at Lake Lawn Resort, where the spirit of the season comes to life and everything truly is better at the lake.
The next time you're due for service, visit richlands.com to schedule an appointment at any of our 5 conveniently located facilities.
All AAA approved and all staffed by ASE certified technicians ready to serve you.
Richlands.
The news is sponsored by Sweet Talks Med Spa. Your goals are our goals. 5:23 on WTMJ. The Packers killed it yesterday at home against one of our storied rivals, putting in 5 sacks. Here they are.
He's sacked back at the 47. Warren Brinson, the rookie from Georgia. Second half begins with a throw. That was the intention, and Micah Parsons had other plans. They line him up at linebacker here, and he just barrels his way in there, and Devontae Wyatt has a sack of his own. Fake the toss. Parsons is coming, and he's got his second sack of this third quarter. Gary able to get there. Couldn't get him down, though. Now McCarthy takes another sack. Devontae Wyatt, second of the game.
So great. Music to my ears. It was fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you to producer Corey for putting that together. It was fantastic. And looking ahead to this week's game against the Lions on Thanksgiving, Packers players are highlighting an important foundation close to their heart. It's through the My Claws, My Cleats initiative. My Cause, My Cleats initiative. It's been going on for a decade. So more than 50 players and staff are handpicking a cause to support. So let's go through it. Jordan Love. This is pretty interesting. He is going to be stepping out in Bakersfield Police Activities League cleats. So he says, both my parents were police officers. I didn't know that. Did you?
No.
I know how much they cared for the people in my hometown. So it will support Guiding Youth program. It offers young people a path away from gangs, drugs, and violence through sports. Matthew Golden. This one's interesting. Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. So I think that's really cool. He said, quote, my little cousin passed away in a drunk driving accident, so I want to honor them and spread awareness. MAD works to end drunk driving and drugged driving to support victims and survivors. Micah Parsons, the Lionheart Foundation. He says the mission is to strengthen the bonds that hold families together, empower youth, and reach their potential and uplift communities. The Lionheart Foundation transforms lives through education and self-empowerment. Since 1992, they've equipped incarcerated adults at high-risk youth and caregivers with tools for healing and growth, providing that change begins with compassion and opportunity. Romeo Dobbs, Trisha's Troops. He says many people have connections through cancer, family or friends. Trisha's Troops does great work by providing support for those affected. And Christian Watson, he's going to be repping an American Breast Cancer Foundation design. He says it's to donate and through a really important cause. Family members have been diagnosed, he says, with breast cancer in his life, and he thinks that it will help uninsured and underserved individuals access life-saving services with dignity and compassion. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is, Julia. I love that the NFL does this, and it gives you an opportunity to bring awareness to something that's near and dear to your heart. It is amazing that people really don't know all the rules and regulations for your uniform. And you will get fined if it's not a certain way. So you just can't say, all right, I have a cause, I'm going to go do this. You'll get fined. Mm-hmm. But the NFL allows it for certain weeks. And I think, it used to just be 1 week, but I think this is going to carry on into Thanksgiving, which will be the second week because they wore these cleats during Sunday's game. But it's such a great cause. And again, it gives people an opportunity to raise awareness about things that are really near and dear to you.
Absolutely. Hear, hear. Time for news about your money and your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the green. The Dow was up about 0.5%, up 202. It ended at 46,448 on the day. NASDAQ was up more than 2%, up 22,872. Now, S&P 500 was up 1.5%, up 102. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, a weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market and how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. It's sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, the commercial insurance market seems like it's getting more complex every day. So are these issues concerning? as we approach this busy time of year for insurance buyers.
Thank you, Vince. Nice to be here. A complex market, but full of opportunity right now.
Okay, so tell us a little bit more about what that opportunity is.
Insurance company earnings are up, and so is their investment income. That's great news for buyers. A strong finish to 2025 and a strong start to 2026 are very important for the insurance companies. And again, that's great news for buyers.
So how can folks listening now take advantage of this to improve their insurance programs?
Sure, Vince. With more capital and better financial results, what almost always follows is a desire to write more new business. If you haven't heard from your agent, it's getting late, but there's still time to act. If you have heard from your insurance agent and are not satisfied, there's still time to talk to R&R, develop a plan for your insurance program, and get a quote.
So, Jeff, what's the message here if you have an upcoming renewal, say December or January?
You can save money for sure, but also improve your coverage. There's also no better time than right now to build an insurance strategy with R&R, and there's still time to get a quote. It's not too late for your December or January renewal.
So why should a business work with R&R Insurance?
Don't settle for poor service or continue to tolerate being uninformed. It'll cost you nothing to talk to R&R Insurance. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience, we'd love to sit down and speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know business insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
Portland's blazing a trail, but the path stops in Milwaukee.
Rebounded by Ryan Rollins. Rollins drives right past Bart, soars to the rim on the other side, punches it through, and then headbutts the backstop.
The Bucks face off against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Fiserv Forum.
Is a cool, calm, collected dude.
Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, WTMJ. We get it. You're on the go, and life gets in the way. Stay up to date on all things WTMJ with podcasts of every show available on WTMJ.com. And don't forget you can stream WTMJ online and watch your favorite WTMJ shows on YouTube. Every show, when you want it, no matter where you are. We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620 WTMJ.
It is 5:30. I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story, new details about the friend who helped Morgan Geyser escape.
I'm Telly Hughes. A tragic start to deer gun season.
Let's get to Debbie with weather.
And
Traffic.
southbound on 4, around traffic weather. I mean, I could do both if you need it, but whatever. Southbound, we've got backups from Good Hope Road on 41, heading all the way down to Capitol Drive. Northbound is heavy from Mayfair Road all the way out past Capitol Drive, where you will find an accident with the left lane blocked. So keep that in mind. We've also got an issue off the freeway, northbound Highway 100, right at the frontage road, just before I-94. The right lane is closed because of a broken down vehicle. So that's going to be affecting your ride there on Highway 100. Eastbound 94 backing up out of the Zoo interchange to Hawley Road, and then coming out of the Stadium interchange to 35th. Westbound slowing from about 20th Street all the way to Hawley Road. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance of drizzle tonight, patchy fog, a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of showers, a high of 52 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 48 degrees and cloudy. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Slender Man stabber Morgan Geyser is back in custody nearly 200 miles from home. She disappeared sometime Saturday from the group home she was staying at as part of her conditional release from Winnebago Mental Health Institute. She then cut off her GPS monitor, according to police, and took off with a 42-year-old man. Both were found last night sleeping behind a truck stop in Posen, Illinois. Posen Police Chief William Alexander.
She wasn't charged with anything from us other than the warrant. That she was subsequently transported to the Markham Police Department, or Markham Courthouse, where she'll be transported to Cook County Jail later today or tomorrow to await an extradition hearing.
The man faces criminal trespassing and obstructing identification. He's since been released. Geyser and classmate Anissa Wire were found not guilty by reason of mental defect in the attempted murder of their classmate in 2014. They all said to appease the fictional character Slenderman.
New information on the man police say was with Morgan Geyser as she fled Wisconsin from a group home in Madison.
A police report obtained by WTMJ identifies the man as 43-year-old Chad Mecca of Janesville. In an interview with police, Mecca said he had met Geyser through Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in Madison and that the two plotted to escape after Mecca was denied visitation time with Geyser at her group home. The two took a bus from Madison to Chicago, according to the report, then walked to the village of Posen, where they ran out of money and were later arrested. Mecca was charged with trespassing and obstruction and released on a citation notice. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The opening weekend of gun deer hunting ends with a tragic accident in Fond du Lac County.
Deputies responded to the town of Oakfield Saturday night around 8:30, where a 24-year-old man from Lomira was hunting near Stumpf Road and Wild Goose Road. He was found dead from a gunshot wound near a tree stand. The sheriff's office says he likely discharged his gun unintentionally. The victim's name has not yet been released. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Identifying the man who died after being hit by a city bus. 61-year-old George Kaser of Wauwatosa died from a severe head injury at Frederick Hospital Saturday night. Greenfield police responded just before 7 o'clock to 56th and Forest home after Kaser was hit by a Milwaukee County bus. The 55-year-old bus driver was not hurt and is cooperating with police. The cause of the crash is still under investigation.
The Trump administration continues intense efforts to end the war in Ukraine.
Weekend negotiations in Geneva took on an urgent tone as the U.S. presented a 28-point peace plan.
We feel as though we're in a very good place.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they're not there yet.
We have to make sure that all of these points are agreed to, and then, of course, we're going to have to make sure the other party in this war, the Russians, agree to them as well.
President Trump has given Ukraine until Thursday to accept the plan. But is he flexible on that?
He wants to see this end as soon as possible.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio called the weekend talks the most productive in a very long time. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Even with a short financial week due to Thanksgiving, some key reports will be released this week. NX Wealth Management CEO Dave Spano tells WTMJ's Point Taken.
There is math coming out this week, and we have earnings reports coming out. Wednesday, we have the Fed Beige Book, which tells us kind of the health of the economy.
Kohl's, Best Buy, and Dick's Sporting Goods release third quarter earnings Tuesday.
Headed out for Thanksgiving, the DOT has some good news in the I-94 project, but they have a crucial safety warning for the expected holiday traffic.
You've got the turkey and the stuffing. Your bags are packed. There's just one more thing that you need to pack. Your patience. Project manager for the DOT, Eric Hansen, has a little bit of good news, though.
Yeah, so during Thanksgiving, all work is suspended on the project. This starts Wednesday at noon, continues through Monday morning.
That said, the long-term closures will remain in place. Here's where the patience will come in handy. Remember the zipper merge?
Stay in your lane until you get to that merge point. At that point, find that gap and make sure that everyone's taking turns with other drivers when merging.
Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
Time for a WTMJ Sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. The Packers are 7-3-1. The Lions are 7-4. The two teams meet in Detroit for a Thanksgiving matchup with a noon kickoff.
They're one of the premier teams in the National Football League for a reason. I think they got great coaches. I think they got great players, great schemes. So it'll be a great challenge for us, but one our guys will be ready for.
The Lions are currently favored by 3 points for Thursday's game, and without Giannis, the Bucks aim to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. Giannis remains out with a groin strain. Our coverage starts at 6:30 right here on WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:36.
A buck in today's world doesn't go far unless you're spending it at Griffin. Because for just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. Buy one or a whole set. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand. We'll put you in new tires for just $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. That's right, $1 over cost, and we'll even show you the invoice to prove it. So what's the catch? There's really no catch. You don't have to buy a car or a truck from us. We'd like it if you did, but our only requirement is we put them on for you. Buy one, two, or a set of 4. The $1 deal at Griffin. Available at Griffin Chrysler Jeep South, 27th Street, and Griffin. Griffin Ford Waukesha. The $1 deal at Griffin. Make your dollar go further. Griffin, the buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. $1 over cost. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers. Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
5:37 on WTMJ. He is the chief meteorologist of TMJ4 News, Brian Isnansky. Hey, Brian.
How you doing?
Very good. I think that there's light rain expected tonight, right?
Yeah, already some really light showers moving through. Like really light and scattered. I see some raindrops on the sky cam downtown Milwaukee. But as of right now, this doesn't look to be very significant. They'll be hit and miss not only this evening, but through the night tonight.
Brian, we have been kind of preparing and talking a lot about when the bottom is going to fall out. All these 50s are going to go away, and they're going to go away for a while. That's going to probably kick off when? Wednesday, Thursday?
Yeah, Wednesday we definitely see like the pattern shift. We get on the backside of an area of low pressure, draws in some cold air. By Wednesday, highs only in the 30s, and I think we see our hit and miss rain showers that we're seeing transition over to snow showers, and we might even pick up a slushy, half inch or so of snow during the day on Wednesday.
Oh wow! Okay, that's when I'm going to be traveling.
Yeah, me too.
You too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't look, here in southeastern Wisconsin, I think mainly just wet roads. It will be windy. It's just going to be kind of crummy outside. I wouldn't be too concerned here, but far northern Wisconsin, I would say you get north of Wausau. That's where accumulating snow starts to go up. By the time you get to like Rhinelander over to, let's say, Hayward, we could be talking about 6, 7, 8 inches of snow. And then far, far northern Wisconsin, like if you're in Vilas County, Ashland, Iron County, they could see like 1 to 2 feet of snow.
My goodness.
Yeah.
This is
going to be a big one.
I'll be going the other direction.
Good. Yeah, and that's not a bad idea. We're looking at primarily rain. In fact, that system probably misses locations from Chicago south completely.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Brian?
We host Thanksgiving. My brother's family comes up. My parents come up. A couple aunts and uncles. Should be a good time. And yeah, it's always fun. I had to work last Thanksgiving, which is not a big deal, not a pity party for me. But I when we host, that creates some challenges. Like I came home for like a break, but then that leaves Julie.
No. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, having to not only man the kitchen, but host my family. So I felt terrible. So that's this year. Hopefully, will be a lot smoother. But I think the festivities start a little earlier because the Packers are at noon.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah.
I know. Isn't that fantastic?
Isn't it amazing how we orchestrate our whole lives around Packer kickoff starts?
Pretty much.
Well, what else are we going to do? Sit around and talk about each other's lives and stuff? No, let's watch some football. No.
Right. We don't want to be social.
Yeah, exactly.
I keep on getting these push notifications saying about a polar vortex that's going to be coming in the next few weeks. Are you seeing this, Brian?
Yeah, well, I've seen a ton of
What's that
crazy
about?
stuff online. In fact, the social media right now is really getting out of control with some of these like winter storm projections. And I know it's like an algorithm thing where like I'm watching it, so automatically now I'm getting every crazy forecast. But it is becoming an increasing problem. I don't mean to discredit anybody or not want to like share stuff online. I think that's what social media is about. The problem is you get someone to like share raw computer model data that will show like us getting like 3 feet of snow, which we know that's not going to happen.
I know.
But it ends up circulating. It takes a life of its own. Next thing you know, like it's attributed to myself, and it becomes a problem. So just be aware of where you're getting your stuff.
Absolutely. All right, Brian, take us through your 5-day.
Okay, so for tonight, a little bit of shower action. Looks to be light scattered. Again, a few hundredths of an inch of rain. 46 degrees for tonight. Tomorrow, breezy with another chance of showers, especially tomorrow evening again, but still mild, 53. Now, Wednesday, we're on the cold side of the system, so the rain showers change over to snow showers. That's where we could see less than an inch of snow accumulation, a high of 37. Thanksgiving Thursday, Mostly cloudy, windy, chilly, a high of only 33. And then Friday, mostly cloudy and chilly, a high of 31 degrees. Feeling and looking more winter-like.
He is chief meteorologist for TMJ4 News, Brian Nisnansky. Brian, are you on at 6?
Yep, I'll be back on here at 6 o'clock.
All right, tune into Channel 4 at 6. Thanks, Brian. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Julia. Bye.
542 on WTMJ.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik here for Flanner's Home Entertainment. Does the audio and video system in your home need an upgrade? Well, Flanner's has all the solutions and the installation experts to simplify and upgrade your home entertainment experience. Forget about the impersonable big box stores and risky online purchases. You go with locally owned Flanner's, where quality service, the best brands, and guaranteed best price remain top priorities. Stop by Flanner's in West Dallas, Grafton, or at Flanners.com. Sound advice at the best price. Just press play.
We all have one. That junk drawer, old keys, dead batteries, a phone charger from 2008. But somewhere in there are the tools you actually need. They're just buried in the clutter. For many people, their finances look the same way. Scattered, outdated, unproductive. A financial junk drawer. At Annex Wealth Management, we help you clean out that junk drawer. Organize what matters, eliminate what doesn't, and plan with purpose. And we'll do it as a fee-only fiduciary. Start today at AnnexWealth.com. That's Annex Wealth Management.
A blizzard of $300,000 in prizes is rolling into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. It's Arctic action. Want in? Step 1. Earn entries with your rewards card December 1st through the 18th. Step 2. Show up for Thursday drawings. Step 3. Be ready for a chance to pick from a weekly prize board. As a bonus, there'll be a jackpot drawing for the leftover prizes. Arctic action. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Hey, John Mercure here from my friends at Dave Drake Camp Heating. They know our climate is all over the place. This means your home comfort system gets quite the workout. Constant adjustments need to be made to adapt to our volatile weather. Wisconsin prepares you to be ready for anything because anything happens. Fear not, because for over 42 years, my friends at Dave Drake Camp Heating have lived here too, right by your side, ready and prepared for when anything happens. Spring, summer, fall, winter, even when they all seem to happen within the same week. Whether you're experiencing your next home comfort dilemma now or will be soon, call Dave Drake Camp Heating. For free estimates on new equipment, routine maintenance, or just to ensure your system is ready for anything, or maybe because you have a simple question about your home comfort, call Dave Drake Camp today. 262-367-2820. That's 262-367-2820. Dave Drake Camp Heating, your comfort is their family's tradition. DaveDrakeCamp.com.
Portland's blazing a trail, but the path stops in Milwaukee.
Rebounded by Ryan Rollins. Rollins drives right past Barnes, soars to the rim on the other side, punches it through, and then headbutts the backstop.
The Bucks face off against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Fiserv Forum.
Is a cool, calm, collected dude.
Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, WTMJ.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Let's get you where you need to safely with Debbie Lazaga.
Well, we got a problem northbound on 41 right at Capitol Drive. The right shoulder is blocked with a crash. It is going to be pretty solid coming up from North Avenue to that point. On the southbound side, delays from before Appleton Avenue down to the accident scene where everybody slows down to take a look. We've got eastbound 94 backing up through the Barker Road area, starting at about Springdale Road all the way to Brookfield Road, and then back on the brakes from the Zoo interchange all the way to Hawley. On the westbound side, slowing down from 25th Street to about Hawley Road as well. We got southbound 43 kind of backing up before Locust all the way down through the Marquette to the KK River. Northbound just started to slow down from about Fond du Lac Avenue up towards North Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
He wore the jersey. He lived the battles in the trenches. And now he's breaking it all down with his championship inside.
This is what it feels like to be one of the big dogs in the NFL. There's a lot of mental toughness that comes along with that. Boost your ego a little bit.
It's time to get caught up on the green and gold with today's Insider.
Brian Bloggin, Iowa.
on Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
Green and Gold Insiders is sponsored by Window Nation. Bulaga, what a win!
Fantastic win. How we doing this Monday evening?
My goodness, in the second half, they only got 4 yards on us. Have you ever seen?
Fantastic.
I mean, we've seen stuff like this before, but I mean, for this season, how great was it? Like a sigh of relief for us, right?
Yeah, I mean, this was a big-time defense performance, and it couldn't have come really at a better time. If you look at the way the schedule's lining up and all the division opponents that are coming down the pipe here for the Packers. I mean, obviously, Detroit coming up on Thanksgiving, that's an enormous game. And then Chicago, I believe, is pretty quick back-to-back games, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play Chicago, have another game in between, then Chicago again, I think I'm thinking of the right schedule there. And this is the time you want to be clicking, right? This is the time you want to have that defense that you can always rely on no matter what time of the year, what situation. You could just lean on them and count on them to put you in good situations. And that was a performance yesterday that I haven't seen in a long time. And they've been really good this year. Don't get me wrong. The defense has been really good this year. But that was a very special performance by the Packers defense yesterday. And to have them be able to do that against division opponents when, obviously the Vikings know the Packers very well, right? They know them very well. They know this defense very well from last year. Obviously, the quarterback is different, but McConnell knows the defense well, and let's just say Halfley got one over on him this year, and they're 1-0 against the Vikings in the battle for the North this year.
Brian, absolutely dominating defensive performance, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions, 10 quarterback hits. But you're going to have the naysayers that say, well, it came against J.J. McCarthy. He is not a good NFL quarterback so far. But we've also seen this season where we felt like the Packers were supposed to win and dominate, and they didn't, a la Cleveland Browns, Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you how would you rate this win in the confidence department for this team moving forward? Yes, it's a divisional win. Yes, you got a bunch of divisional games coming up, 2 against the Bears in a matter of 4 weeks. How would you assess this win? Because some people could say the Vikings aren't good, but any divisional win is good, and anyone knows that have played in the NFC North like yourself.
Absolutely, and I think people that say that about McCarthy, I mean, that's fine. I mean, listen, yeah, he struggled, but I'm going to tell you this much: Green Bay made him struggle, right? Like no one's made him look like that yet this year. Besides the Packers. I mean, let's just be real about it. I mean, the Packers made him look that way. And I will say this, like the Vikings offensive line isn't a bad group. They are not a bad group by any stretch of the imagination. They have very good tackles. They have a good center. They have a good core group, but they did not look like a good group. And that's what the Packers defense did to them, right? When you're able to suffocate an offensive line out, quarterbacks aren't able to do anything. It doesn't matter who you have back there. It does not matter. So, to say it was against McCarthy, like that's fine, like that's okay, like sure, whatever. Keep talking, that's fine. We're good with that. You can keep saying that because if they continue to go out and perform that way, it's not going to matter who's behind center. If you continue to perform at that level, especially up front, if you pressure the quarterback at that rate and harass them at that rate, it's going to be tough for the quarterback to do anything. It doesn't matter if it's J.J. McCarthy, if it's Jared Goff coming up this week, if it's going to be Caleb Williams the following week. It does not matter. If the defensive front plays like that, it's going to be tough for any offense to operate.
Yeah, Brian, if they're going to make the playoffs, they're going to earn it. Like you just mentioned several times, their schedule. You got the Lions, the Bears at Denver, then the Bears again in Chicago, then back home against the Ravens, and then you finish the season in Minnesota. So in these last 6 games, if the Packers are going to make the playoffs, they are going to earn it.
Absolutely. And Brian, I wanted to ask you about Jordan Love. He has an AC joint sprain in his left shoulder. Do you know how bad that is? I mean, that's not his throwing arm, but how devastating is that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, fortunately, I've never had one of those. I mean, I've had a lot of things in my time, but I haven't had one of those. But I've been with guys that, I mean, I played with a couple guys out in LA that had those, and they look painful and they struggle with them. And some guys sit out, some guys play through it. I guess it depends on the severity of it. I guess there's different grades to the AC joint sprain. But I think the way Matt LaFleur managed that game for him yesterday a little bit and really leaning on the run game and giving him you didn't give him a week off, but you certainly didn't put him under the gun the way you would have if you would have had him drop back and throw it 35 times, which he may have to do against Detroit, right? So you gave him a little week to protect himself, to get healthy, to try to get that thing as, I guess, feeling 100% as possible. It's not going to get there. Let's just be honest. It's not going to get to 100%. It's impossible at this point. But it's painful. It's definitely going to be painful and something he's going to be dealing with for the rest of the way. But the fact that he's pushing through it, he went out there last week and played through it, and he's doing it again this week. Hats off to him, right? I mean, that shows a lot of toughness from him. I mean, obviously, anything when it comes to shoulders and quarterbacks, whether it's throwing or non-throwing, that affects everything for them, right? Like any movement for them up top as they're torquing and twisting and turning and throwing that football, anything that, doesn't feel right affects the way the ball comes out. And that's tough on them. So for him to gut through that and still continue to do what he needs to do to get this team over the line, I think is, tip of the cap to him. And I just hope this offensive line can protect him. Don't take any big shots, right? Get down, slide. If you're getting out of the pocket, you don't need to run anyone over. No one needs to see how tough you are. No one wants to see it. I don't care. I'd rather see you get on the ground and not get the first down than try to truck a linebacker. Personally, that's just me. But I think if the offensive line takes care of them, LaFleur kind of does his thing like he did yesterday and mix in that run game and the play action game to kind of protect him that way too. I think they can manage the injury very well. I think they can.
Mm-hmm. He is your Green Bay Packers champion, Brian Balaga. Brian, thank you.
No problem. We will talk to you after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. Absolutely. And Greg Matzek put together an incredible highlight montage of yesterday's huge win. Let's get a listen to it. It was so good.
You talk about a total team effort. All three phases contributed in that win. Give it up for yourself. How about our defense, man? The entire defense getting a game ball.
He's sacked back at the 47. Warren Brinson, the rookie from Georgia, with his first career sack. May have to split it with McDuffie. Second half begins with a throw. That was the intention, and Micah Parsons had other plans. 9 sacks this year from Micah Parsons. Third and a mile. They line him up at linebacker here, and he just barrels his way in there, and Devontae Wyatt has a sack of his own. Fake the toss. Parsons is coming, and he's got his second sack of this third quarter. This guy gets double-teamed more than anybody and still gets to the quarterback more than anybody. Parsons getting a running start from linebacker. He's picked up this time. Gary able to get there. Couldn't get him down, though. Now McCarthy takes another sack. Devontae Wyatt, second of the game. He's doubled his season total, and the Pack has picked up 5 of them. McCarthy down the seam and too tall and picked off. Second interception for the Packers the last 2 drives. Evan Williams, second week in a row, he's got one.
And this guy's ability, representing the defense, his ability to come in, control the green dot, had a pick today.
Rashawn Gary gets there this time and forces an interception. Gary got his hand on it, and Isaiah McDuffie picked it off.
I just love you guys, man. I love coming in every day, and I give them my all for y'all, honestly, and let's keep stacking them up.
Not too many times in this league you get 42 rushing attempts in a game. Got to give it up for the offensive line today. And another guy that came in had 28 carries, 107 yards.
Wilson again reaches for the goal line. Packers make him pay. Second touchdown for Emmanuel Wilson.
McMahon is coming in, making all his kicks. Daniel Wheelan kicking it out of the ball. Give it up for Zane.
Wheeling to punt it. Price will have it bounce over his head inside the 10, and it hits off, and it's free. Who's got it? Oh, mistake you cannot make. What in the world was he doing?
Love you, boys, man. I love coming up to work with you guys. And let's keep going on.
We love you.
Let's go, fellas. Let me at 3. 1, 2, 3.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studio.
On America, fly away with Delta Vacations, explore Europe with Insight or Globus, or unwind in luxury with Classic Vacations. From sun-soaked beaches to breathtaking rivers and historic cities, there's a trip for every dreamer. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com. These exclusive partner deals won't last long.
Keep the comfort in and the weather out with beautiful new windows and doors from Siding Unlimited. For ideas, go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at progressive.com.
Portland's blazing a trail, but the path stops in Milwaukee.
From the elbow, rebounded by Ryan Rollins. Rollins drives right past Barnes, soars to the rim on the other side, punches it through, and then headbutts the backstop.
The Bucks face off against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Fiserv Forum. Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, News Radio 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
At 6 o'clock, it's 46 degrees. Tonight, a chance for a drizzle of rain and patchy fog, a low of 43. Tuesday, a chance for showers, a high of 52. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jessica Gatso. Slenderman stabber Morgan Geyser is back in custody after escaping her group home. Police in Posen, Illinois found her and a 43-year-old man sleeping on the sidewalk behind a truck stop about 25 miles south of Chicago on Sunday night. Posen Police Chief William Alexander said Geyser initially gave a fake name.
The officers pressed a little further, and finally she gave him her name and told him that he could just Google her name and find out who she is.
Geyser allegedly cut off her GPS tracker and disappeared sometime on Saturday. Her extradition hearing is set for Tuesday. We're also learning new information about the man police say was with Geyser as she fled Wisconsin from a group home in Madison.
A police report obtained by WTMJ identifies the man as 43-year-old Chad Mecca of Janesville. In an interview with police, Mecca said he had met Geyser through Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in Madison and that the two plotted to escape after Mecca was denied visitation time with Geyser at her group home. The two took a bus from Madison to Chicago, according to the report, then walked to the village of Posen, where they ran out of money and were later arrested. Mecca was charged with trespassing and obstruction and released on a citation notice. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Identifying the man who died after crashing into a house on Milwaukee's south side. 29-year-old David Lopez Perez struck a home early Saturday morning. The medical examiner says a porch collapsed onto his vehicle. Speeding and driving under the influence were likely factors in the crash. No one inside the home was hurt. A federal judge has dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James.
In throwing out the cases, the judge said President Trump's hand-picked prosecutor Lindsay Halligan was unlawfully appointed. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Justice Department is appealing.
We have made Lindsay Halligan a special U.S. attorney, so she is in court. She can fight in court just like she was, and we believe we will be successful.
Halligan is not the first Trump-picked prosecutor disqualified due to the manner in which she was appointed. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The federal government is escalating its DEI investigation on Northwestern Mutual. This comes after a white male employee said he was passed over for a promotion because of the company's diversity efforts. Milwaukee Business Journal reporter Rich Kirchen tells WTMJ.
They've come out pretty strongly saying that both in this situation with Mr. McNulty and overall, that they don't view their program as discriminatory toward white employees.
The EEOC issued a subpoena demanding documents tied to the company's DEI policies. As the holiday season starts ramping up, health officials are recommending get that flu shot and updated COVID-19 vaccine.
According to the Department of Health Services, over 1 million Wisconsinites have received a flu shot this season, while around 500,000 residents have received an updated COVID-19 vaccine. DHS says the number of flu shots administered last month was down about 13% compared to the same time a year ago. With flu outbreaks in Canada and the United Kingdom, the department is closely monitoring data trends for what may be a severe flu season. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Sports traffic and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News time is 6:04.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after. An in-depth recap of every Bucks game. In 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus audio network. If you missed any of the game or just want to relive the biggest moments, Bucks in 6 provides game recaps every morning after. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis or the deep threes from Miles Turner. And catch the comments post-game about what happened on the court. Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus audio network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Forward Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Thanksgiving is almost here. WTMJ's John Merck here. Please don't cook. I recommend instead taking your family to the Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford for their all-you-can-eat Thanksgiving Day buffet. It's under $23. You're going to pay much more elsewhere. So bring your kids and grandkids. If they're under 3, they eat for free. It's every dish you love, including a huge dessert table and all you can eat. How about this? Relax with an old-fashioned, a cold brew, or a glass of wine for a perfect Thanksgiving day, and your kids can safely play in that huge game room, quietly tucked away from the dining area while you finish up. Treat your family to the all-you-can-eat Thanksgiving Day buffet at the Mine Shaft, and take your kids and grandkids to the Mine Shaft during Thanksgiving break for hours of safe and affordable fun in that world-class game room. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and Oshkosh. Lots of seating, lots of close parking. Google and call the Mine Shaft today to reserve your Thanksgiving Day tables. They'll fill up quickly, serving from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. It's the Mine Shaft.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. The Packers are 7-3-1. The Lions are 7-4. The teams meet in Detroit for a Thanksgiving matchup with a noon kickoff.
They're one of the premier teams in the National Football League for a reason. I think they got great coaches. I think they got great players, great schemes. So it'll be a great challenge for us, but one our guys will be ready for.
The Lions are currently favored by 3 points for Thursday's game. And without Giannis, the Bucks aim to snap a 4-game losing streak tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Giannis remains out with a groin strain. Our coverage starts at 6:30 right here on WTMJ. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. A couple of slowdowns lingering. Let's start with 41. Southbound, you'll see those slowdowns starting between Mill Road and about Capitol Drive. Heading north, it's between North Avenue and Capitol. And on 94, mostly slow heading eastbound between the Zoo and the Stadium interchange. And taking a look at the WTMJ forecast, tonight we have a chance for rain or some drizzle, patchy fog, a low of 43. Tuesday, a chance for showers, a high of 52. Wednesday, mostly cloudy skies, windy and cooler. We have a chance for spotty rain or a snow mix, a high of 38. On Thanksgiving, partly cloudy skies, breezy and cooler still, a high of 33. Friday, sunny skies and still chilly with a high of 32. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 46 degrees. I'm Jessica Gatso, Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time is 6:08.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. A deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now, here's your host, Sandy Max.
Thank you for joining me for a lively and unique episode of What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Happy Monday. a day that is always better after a Green Bay Packers Sunday victory, and you are about 20 minutes away from the Milwaukee Bucks. Basketball coverage tonight. The Bucks host the Portland Trailblazers at Fiserv Forum tonight, where the Deer District is all festive and sparkling. It is now known as Cheer District for the rest of the year. The city tree is lit. The holiday markets open on the plaza. Thanksgiving is Thursday, and Nutcracker season is here. My guest in the WTMJ studio is a dancing dynamo. She is the creator of the annual Flamenco Nutcracker and the only flamenco nutcracker in the world. She is Studio K Flamenco Artistic Director Carenza DeMars. Welcome back to What's on Tap, Carenza. How are you?
I'm great, Sandy. Thanks so much for having me.
This must be a busy time for you, so thank you for taking time out to join me. How are preparations coming along for the Flamenco Nutcracker?
They're going great. We just had a meeting with everyone coming in from other cities today over Zoom, and it was raucous and fun, and everybody's excited to come to Milwaukee, and they're getting their scarves and hats ready because most of them are coming from pretty warm places like Spain and Miami and Los Angeles.
Wow, this is a real culmination of Hispanic cultures and performers.
Absolutely. Our guitarist is an incredible performer he's a native of Havana, Cuba, now living in Los Angeles. We also have a Latin Grammy Award-winning percussionist from Venezuela, dancers from Spain. So it's really quite an international cast.
Name some names.
Well, Andres Fadin is our guitarist. Diego Alvarez is the percussionist. Manuel Gutierrez is just an incredible musician and dancer, and he's coming from Cordoba, Spain.
And is he the choreographer as well?
He does choreography, and he's actually directing the music this year. He's a lyricist. He also sings. So he's taking over as musical director this year. I'm just thrilled.
These are some immensely talented people you've gathered, Carenza.
They are. I'm so excited that they're coming to Milwaukee. It's really an amazing thing.
What a great collaboration. And when and where is the Flamenco Nutcracker being performed this year?
The Flamenco Nutcracker will be at the South Milwaukee PAC on Saturday, December 6th. There are 2 performances, 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. Each performance runs about an hour and 15 minutes, so you can do it and then go do something else, which also makes it a good length for kids. It can get a little antsy after an hour or so, but this one really keeps them jumping in their seats the whole time. So
I have to imagine with the kinds of rhythm and music and colorful costumes.
Oh, yes.
This has to keep lots of people rapt at attention.
Absolutely. And you get to learn a little bit about Hispanic holiday traditions. Like one of them, for example, is the annual Christmas lottery. It's called El Gordo, or like the big one. And it's we do a little homage to the way that they call out the numbers each year in our show. So you get to learn about that. And there's some flamenco holiday songs that are very different from what you might think of as Christmas carols, but really fun to clap along.
Is that where you're going to teach me the word Zambomba?
Zambomba, exactly.
What is Zambomba?
Zambomba is 2 things. It's a drum that's it's like a folk drum that's played for holiday gatherings in Spain. It's warm there, so people really gather outside. They might have like a fire outside, but everyone goes outside and they're singing and dancing and clapping along. And the drum they use is called a zambomba. And now the party is also called a zambomba. It's kind of like a giant polka party. It's just really fun. And everybody's dancing. It's a little different than polka, but not that different.
I can hear those similarities in music, though. That is so fun. What a wonderful gathering you have created by celebrating flamenco, but also putting your spin on what really is a traditional story of the Nutcracker. And why did you create the Flamenco Nutcracker in the first place, 6 years ago?
Well, when my daughter was about the age that she would be able to go to a performance, people started asking me, are you taking her to the Nutcracker? And I thought, what if there was a Flamenco Nutcracker? That would be so much fun. It's like a party. And so that's when I got the idea. And Milwaukee is, when I moved back here, I'm from here originally, but when I moved back, I found sponsorship to pull off our first year, which was in 2020. And so the first Flamenco Nutcracker was created right here.
And so people showed up and they keep showing up.
They do. Thanks to everybody who has come and who told a friend.
Well, it's affordable entertainment as well. I mean,
it is.
You make sure to have student discounts, senior discounts. Kids under 4 are free. So you do reiterate that intent to have it be for all ages.
Yeah, and for everybody, there's the parking is free. It's an easy venue to get to. It's handicap accessible, obviously. And it really is a nice family show, and we want to keep it affordable. So that's one of the reasons that we have chosen to stay at the South Milwaukee PAC, just to make it more accessible to the community.
Well, Corinne, it must be a thrill to have decided, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this inspired by my daughter, and have other people come to see it.
It really is. And I guess what I want to do with this show is share some joy, some holiday joy, get to see something maybe a little bit different culturally, have a good time. I mean, it's just really a fun performance. And that's what we try and do, is make it fun for everybody.
Carenza DeMars is the artistic director of Studio K Flamenco, poised and ready to stage the annual Flamenco Nutcracker on Saturday, December 6th at the South Milwaukee Performing Arts Center. We're going to continue the chat to learn what's unique about the Flamenco Nutcracker. Plus, Carenza is going to give a dance demonstration. Stay with us on What's on Tap.
If you or a loved one is ever hurt in an accident, don't call the first lawyer you happen to see on TV. Instead, call the law firm that's most qualified to handle the complexities of your case. Or call the firm that won the largest personal injury verdict in Wisconsin history. Or the one with the largest product liability verdict in state history. Or the one that has recovered more million-dollar results than any other firm in Wisconsin. It all happens to be the same firm. Habish, Habish & Rotier. National reputation, hometown service. Visit habish.com for more information.
Steinhaffel's biggest Black Friday sale is on now. Save 10% store-wide and get $50 cash back for every $499 you spend, plus a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you finance $1,999 or more. Shop in-store and on steinhaffels.com today.
Hey fellas, are you feeling off of your game? If you feel like something is holding you back, connect with the medical professionals at Game Day Men's Health. WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. Game Day Men's Health helps guys regain their youthful edge with hormone replacement, vitamin therapy, personalized weight loss plans, plus EPAT therapy, which I've used for injuries such as plantar fasciitis or tennis elbow. And it's all under the care of experienced medical professionals. A free consultation at their clinic in Brookfield, Shorewood, Germantown, or Delafield. Game Day Men's Health. Get back in the game.
When snowstorms hit and the roads turn slick.
These slick roads are pretty brutal.
When school closings start rolling in and traffic slows to a crawl.
The snowfall closing schools in Kenosha.
We've got the latest updates on forecasts and everything else you need to know during severe winter weather. Find Fleet Farm Storm Team alerts on air and online at WTMJ.com or on the WTMJ mobile app. Stay safe. Stay informed with WTMJ. Portland's blazing a trail, but the path stops in Milwaukee.
Rebounded by Ryan Rollins. Rollins drives right past Bard, soars to the rim on the other side, punches it through, and then headbutts the backstop.
The Bucks face off against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Fiserv Forum.
Is a cool, calm, collected dude.
Our Bucks Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:30 on the home of the Bucks, WTMJ. You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Welcome back to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Handcrafted, homegrown, world class. Discover more at visitmilwaukee.org. Milwaukee, also the home to the world's only Flamenco Nutcracker. And creator of the Flamenco Nutcracker, Carenza DeMars, who's also the artistic director of Studio K Flamenco, is here with us. What a thrill for you to have created this 6 years ago. Have it become an annual tradition. The next one, December 6th, the Saturday at the South Milwaukee Performing Arts Center. 2 performances, and you've specifically created it so it's just over an hour. So all the fidgety kids who would love to see something like this can still do it, and everybody else can take their kids and have a great time, or older generations. Like, it's good for all generations. And how is the Flamenco Nutcracker? I can figure out a lot of ways it's different. How is it similar to the story of Clara getting a nutcracker on Christmas Eve that happens to be painted like a prince and then becomes a prince and transports her to other worlds?
Well, our Clara, she gets a doll from her godfather, but it's actually a matador doll. And the matador doll comes to life, and he has a battle not with a mouse king, but with a raven queen. And it's a dance battle, a footwork battle between the two of them. There's also, she's transported to another world through a dream sequence where there are different characters that come out. And when she gets to the magical world, we meet the Sugar Plum Fairy. So that music is the same as you would see in the original Nutcracker, but our Sugar Plum Fairy dances with castanets.
And you brought some castanets.
I did.
What does it sound like when a Sugar Plum Fairy dances with castanets? And what is a Sugar Plum Fairy in a flamenco Nutcracker wearing? Pink and purple?
Well, actually, I have a custom-made long train dress known as the bata de cola. It's half purple and half white, and it was custom-made for the Sugar Plum Fairy dance.
Oh, so we get to see you performing.
I do perform in the
Oh,
Nutcracker.
how exciting. That is wonderful. So you mentioned, as soon as you say to me, like flamenco dance, flamenco music, I think of the flourishes and the beautiful guitar work. But flamenco dance, it's like that rhythm that you just shared on castanets. Like I think of stomping and strength and poses. And I got to think a dance-off between a Matador King and the Raven Queen has a lot of visual strength to it.
Absolutely. And one of the elements that they use is a traditional prop in flamenco. It's a cane. We call it a baston. And so they use the cane with their footwork. So it's kind of like this additional percussive element. It's really fun.
Can you share some footwork? Because you brought the floor and you brought some beautiful shoes that even have little butterflies on them. Carenza, you got the showmanship down. Can we hear a sample of what some flamenco footwork sounds like?
Sure. So I'm going to start in a rhythm that's a 12-count rhythm. It goes like this.
Stepped away from the microphone to take video. Brava. That is elegant and strong and beautiful, and it satisfies the senses. Like you do want to hear and the rhythms and the tapping and the stomping.
Absolutely. As dancers in flamenco, we think of ourselves as musicians because we create so much rhythm with our feet. So it's an integral part of the whole performance, the guitar, the singing, the clapping, for percussive footwork. It all comes together, and it is pretty exciting.
It is, and I'm glad that you have put these elements together for a lot of people maybe who've never seen flamenco dance before or heard flamenco music in person. What a wonderful way to combine it, because you've walked the walk. You've lived and danced in Spain.
That's true, I have.
Now you're bringing it here to Milwaukee. So I play the song you need to hear every episode, and I wanted to showcase a song from your production, the Flamenco Nutcracker. And I'll have you introduce the song, but stay with us so you can hear some authentic flamenco music with a Nutcracker flair. The song you need to hear is sponsored by Flanners Home Entertainment. Visit them at flanners.com. At Flanners, music matters. Sound advice at the best price. Just press play.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Capital Heating and Cooling. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Hey there, I'm Sandy Max at WTMJ, and as we gather for the holidays with the loved ones, it's a time for celebration. It's also a time to connect and observe how our loved ones are doing, both physically and mentally. And if you're noticing changes in your loved one, my friends at Three Pillars Senior Living Communities in Dousman, they have a ton of resources and free educational programs to support families and individuals who may be ready to transition to the caring, top-rated environment that Three Pillars offers. You can call 800-848-5306 or visit threepillars.org for more information.
In 1964, we were making strides towards space travel.
Mary Poppins was the #1 movie in theaters.
And the Beatles were taking America by storm.
Which was long before I was born.
Facts. 1964 is also the year it all started for Richland's Tire and Service Centers. 60 years of continuous growth and more happy customers than you can shake a stick at.
Okay, the streamers are a bit overkill. It's just us in the studio.
All right. But it's important to know accomplishments like these aren't possible without a dedicated team. So hats off to them and our founder, my dad, Dick Mitchke, for understanding the importance of customer focus.
Facts. There's no 60 years of anything without you, the customer, which is why our focus will remain on you and only you for years to come.
Thank you from all of us here at Richland's Tire and Service Centers.
Richland's Tire and Service, such a refreshing change. Richland's.
Planning for 2026 starts now. A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to our Outdoor Living Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
Craving that crispy, cheesy, thick Detroit-style pizza? Well, now you got it with Screamin' Sicilian. Screamin' Sicilian delivers the crunch, the gooey cheese pull, and that light, airy crust that you love, all baked in its own pan for those crave-worthy caramelized edges straight from your home oven. You got the cheese, the pepperoni, multi-meat, or supreme. It's like dining out, but without the hefty bill. Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's freezer section. Screamin' Sicilian, Detroit-style, thick, crispy, unapologetically screamin'.
This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max. And now, feast your ears. This is the song you need to hear.
Most blokes are going to be playing at 10. These go to 11.
'Tis the season, and you can do something unique. You can see the Flamenco Nutcracker. Circle your calendar, December 6th, the Saturday at South Milwaukee Performing Arts Center. And Carenza DeMars, creator of the Flamenco Nutcracker, has been my guest. And Carenza, please introduce this song. I felt compelled to play as the song you need to hear.
Well, first of all, thank you for showcasing this song. This is a classic song from the Tchaikovsky Nutcracker that you'll recognize, but it's interpreted by guitar virtuoso Andres Varin of Havana, Cuba, who will be here in Milwaukee next week.
Wow, here we go. This is the flamenco version of the Nutcracker March by Tchaikovsky, all brought to you by Flanners Home Entertainment. Visit them at flanners.com. At Flanners, music matters. Sound advice at the best price. Just press play. It's the song you need to hear.
gift of game this holiday season and spread the...
Loyal Family Renovations, Menards, Network Health, Telly Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, Saturn Lounge.
Unloads, long ball, got it. Rinse and repeat from beyond the arc.
Smart 18, Toyota, and Woodman's. You've been listening to Bucks Basketball on the home of the Bucks, WTMJ.
Heart disease won't stop us. Diabetes, allergies, cancer. Nothing will keep the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network from pushing Wisconsin ahead. We're constantly raising the bar for medical excellence and providing more ways to receive it, so you have it for all your health needs, big and small. Let's push ahead, and we'll make life here as great as it can be. Visit Freighter.com to find out how.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
Flimsy, feeble, flaccid. That's how you can describe most pre-approval letters these days, because most banks still issue pre-approval letters without actually verifying your income, employment, or down payment. That's the exact opposite of an AccuNet rock-solid, fully verified and guaranteed pre-approval, where we put a $2,000 guarantee behind the fact the seller can actually rely on the terms of your pre-approval and offer. With AccuNet, there's also a possibility of issuing a property-specific pre-approval with as little as a 10% down payment that includes the magic words, "no appraisal required." That's right, AccuNet may be able to issue your pre-approval without needing an appraisal. That's the kind of certainty that can help a seller say yes to your offer. Sure, you can try competing with a flimsy bank pre-approval, or you can click on the blue button at AccuNet.com and get started with the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as the best in the business. That's ACCUNET.com.
Looking for a fun and meaningful way to kick off the holiday season? Join us for the 20th anniversary of Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive, Saturday, December 13th at the Kasmeric Center in Grafton. This free, family-friendly event is a celebration of giving. Bring a new, unwrapped toy and help brighten the holidays for children and families in need across Wisconsin. To learn more or get involved, visit kidstokidstoydrive.com and join us on December 13th in Grafton.
Now that the game is done, it's our time to check in.
Bobby Portis once more. Why not? Knocks down the three from the right wing. Bobby Portis has the Bucks on his shoulders.
Bucks Talk starts now.
It's going to be a tough loss for the Bucks here tonight, undoubtedly. 115 to 103, our final score. Milwaukee has now lost 5 consecutive games.
And now, live from Fiserv Forum, here's Justin Garcia.
Well, a tough one tonight for the Bucks, as you heard, 115 to 103 final. And I think this was one of the games that you circled as a game you would like to have on your upcoming schedule when you knew you'd be playing without Giannis, and seeing what waits for you not only the rest of this week but the first week of December as well. With those challenges that were out there, I think you look back at this game, you look at the 76ers game, and you certainly put a lot of importance on 2 games coming up over the weekend and into December, with the Brooklyn Nets coming to town on Saturday, and then your first game in December. It's already going to be December next week against the Washington Wizards. But in the here and now, you got to right the ship, and you're going to have to just find a way to tread water until the big man can come back, because, you know, the last couple of games, we made mention to this. It's still very early. A lot of things can change, but there's not a whole lot of separation between those teams 2 through 11, which the Bucks were sitting at 11th in the Eastern Conference. That has started to shift and shape. The Toronto Raptors now have won 8 straight games. The Pistons have won 13 straight games. And you got the Miami Heat, who you will face next, owning a 5-game win streak that we are now starting to see some tears in the Eastern Conference. And unfortunately, at the moment, the Bucks are outside all of those. The tier the Bucks are currently in is the bottom 5. You're one of 5 teams in the Eastern Conference with 10 or more losses, and the other 4 teams are not the company that you want to keep. 855-616-1620 is the Siding Unlimited talk and text line to join us tonight on Bucks Talk, as this one had a lot of the same notes that the previous 4 losses have had, and quite frankly, a lot of the 10 losses this season have had. Really some key areas that swing the game each and every time. They weren't quite as problematic in the case of this game. It was a couple of different things that we saw from the Portland Trail Blazers, but one of those familiar foes for the Bucks continues to be free throw shooting, especially in the first half of this one tonight. The Blazers were getting to the line, the Bucks were not. And I mentioned this number on the broadcast, but the volume of free throw attempts for this Bucks team since Giannis went down is staggering. And that number continues to plummet. We saw that in the first half tonight, and we did not see it from the Portland Trail Blazers, and specifically from Denny Avdia and Jeremy Grant. That was one of the bigger differences in this game, the hot shooting of the Blazers in the first half. This wasn't a game where the margins that we talked about in the areas that you have to clean up and win if you're the Bucks, this wasn't a game where you were dominated in those areas, save for the free throws. The story in this one was the free throws and was the three-point shooting of the Blazers early. And from that point forward, everything just seemed to compound in the second half of a tough loss. 5 straight now for the Bucks and 4 straight on the home floor. And your next 2 matchups are going to be massive challenges, especially with Giannis and Kevin Porter Jr. off the floor. We have been all but told that is going to be the case in one of those games, though the door was left slightly ajar for a return in the second one. We'll get into what Doc Rivers had to say before the game and the details you need to know about the NBA Cup and the final 2 games in group play that the Bucks have coming up here this week. Again, Wednesday night in Miami against the Heat, and Friday night in New York against the Knicks. Plenty of time to hear from you as well and get your take on this one. 5th straight loss from the Bucks, 4th straight at home, and now again 8-10 on the season as the offense continues to struggle mightily with Giannis off the floor. 855-616-1620, the Siding Unlimited talk and text line to join us. More after this on Bucks Talk.
This is Bucks Talk.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
A buck in today's world doesn't go far unless you're spending it at Griffin. Because for just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. Buy one or a whole set. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand. We'll put you in new tires for just $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. That's right, $1 over cost, and we'll even show you the invoice to prove it. So what's the catch? There's really no catch. You don't have to buy a car or a truck from us. We'd like it if you did, but our only requirement is we put them on for you. Buy 1, 2, or a set of 4. The $1 deal at Griffin. Available at Griffin Chrysler Jeep South 27th Street and Griffin Ford Waukesha. The $1 deal at Griffin. Make your dollar go further. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. $1 over cost. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Welcome to Jackpot Land, this fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month. And earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Welcome back to Bucks Talk.
$115 to 103, our final tonight at Fiserv Forum. Fifth straight loss for the Bucks. The Portland Trailblazers come to town and beat them, and did so. Look, it's easy to point to, hey, Portland had X amount of players out. I mean, we went through the injury report in pregame. Drew Holiday out with a right calf strain. Shaden Sharp also dealing with a right calf strain. Scoot Henderson suffered a torn hamstring just before training camp started. It sounds like he's still about a month, maybe 6 weeks away from return. Matisse Thybulle missed this game. He's got a ligament tear in his thumb. Blake Wesley, they had to lean on for a little bit of extended run earlier in the season. He fractured his right foot. He's out. And, of course, Damian Lillard, which we didn't even get to that yet. Damian Lillard not going to play this season, tearing his left Achilles as a member of the Bucks in the playoffs last season. So, yeah, 6 players out of this game tonight for the Portland Trailblazers. But there is a big difference between that group of players out for the Blazers and the group of players that are out for the Bucks. And I do want to also point this out. A lot of times when we talk about players missing the games here for the Bucks, you'll hear Giannis's name only. Kevin Porter Jr. is a very important piece to this team, and I think his importance has grown over the course of the last 3 or so weeks here. You know, I think a lot of times it's easy to diminish that and just kind of put it out of sight, out of mind because of the impact that we've seen and the continued growth from Ryan Rollins, that it's easy to say, okay, well, at least Ryan Rollins is playing at that level. And it's true, he is. But for especially these games where you don't have Giannis, this is what the Bucks are running into. And I think Doc talked about it very briefly after the game tonight. You know, the book is out, right? Teams know here's how to attack the Bucks in the short term with no Giannis, with no Kevin Porter Jr. It's Ryan Rollins in terms of your starters. That is your initiator. It's Cole Anthony as the only other guy off the bench. And, you know, Kyle Kuzma can handle the ball. Kyle Kuzma can push things downhill and get going in transition. But Kyle Kuzma is not an initiator per se. He's not a point guard. Gary Trent Jr. and A.J. Green, you would say the same thing. And this is unfortunately what we're running into when the guy that everything is tailored around is not on the floor. You're going to run into some problems, and especially when you don't have arguably your second most important, at least the guy that we thought would be your second most important player coming into the season. You know, if we went back to August, September, and said, who are the 2 most important players on this team, I think a majority of us would say, you know, I know every single one of us would say Giannis, but I think a majority would say Kevin Porter Jr. is the number 2 guy. Ryan Rollins has changed that, sure. But Kevin Porter Jr. is still one of your 3 or 4 most important players. You're playing without half of that right now. And it just puts so much on the plate of Ryan Rollins. And I think what we've seen for these past couple of games is the efficiency just hasn't been there because he's still asked to do quite a bit defensively. And this team's defense has dropped significantly on the defensive side, right? They've regressed. I don't know how much of that is tied into the offense and vice versa, but you know, we've seen stretches of this team being able to play at a very good defensive level against good to very good competition. And that's why I keep going back to the first 5 games of the season. It was early. I get that. It's a small sample size. I'm aware. But what the Bucks were able to do in those games against good teams, high-level competition, the New York Knicks, the Washington Wizards, the New York Knicks, the Golden State Warriors, competitive and one of those games that, you know, we said, I don't want to go the moral victory route, but especially given what this series looked like last year. You feel really good about what you were able to do to the Cleveland Cavaliers in that first game you played, and even for that matter, this last one, last week. The Toronto Raptors you beat. They were playing the elite teams and some of the better teams in the Eastern Conference at least, and winning those games and looking good on both ends of the floor. And then it all just kind of changed. A big part of that change has come in the last week when you're playing without Giannis. But to round out that point, if you got two guys that you can lean on to bring the ball up the floor and to get your offense initiated, you're going to be in trouble. You know, regardless of who the team is, just look around the league. That is not how you're structured and set up for success. And when I say the book is out on the Bucks, and Doc basically making the same comment, look at the last three games, how we've seen teams attack them defensively, right? You pressure the ball, and you put your best perimeter defender on Ryan Rollins and say, we're picking him up the length of the floor. Because this guy has clearly shown something, an ability to score at all three levels on the floor. But also, we just don't think the guys outside of Ryan Rollins can do much without being set up. So if we take him out of the mix, we feel like we have neutralized the Bucks offense, and that is largely what we've seen. So this is the challenge that the Bucks are facing here in the short term, right? And short term because it does sound like it's very close. We'll share what Doc Rivers had to say prior to the game tonight. But weathering the storm and just treading water, it remains very, very important for this team. What you cannot have is a 5-game losing streak to all of a sudden turn into 9, right? 8 or 9 or 10, where all of a sudden you're right back in the same spot that you were a season ago with that 2-8 start and saying, okay, well, one game at a time. They're actually worse in terms of record than they were a season ago at this time because you had that 2-8 start. You won 5 straight games and then played 500 until you were able to finally claw and get back above 500. You can't go back down that route where all of a sudden you're dropping 3 and 4 and 5 games below 500 and having to get back to that spot later in the calendar of, okay, now we got to play at a pace where we're winning 65 to 70% of our games just to pull ourselves out of that 7 to 10 mix. You got to tread water, and you got to figure out how to win some of these games until Giannis is going to be able to return, and it's not going to be easy for the rest of the week. Miami, New York, and then a back-to-back night 2 against a team that has struggled this season but is still in their limited wins, has beaten some interesting teams, we'll say, with the Brooklyn Nets, but just night 2 of a back-to-back, traveling from New York, coming to Milwaukee, it's going to be a challenge for this team. So you're going to have to steal some wins here in the next couple of games to start to right the ship here. 855-616-1620. That is the Siding Unlimited talk and text line to join us tonight on Bucks Talk. I mentioned the NBA Cup details here. 2 games remain for the Bucks. They are 2-0, the only unbeaten team in their group. But arguably, even with that 2-0 record, they're not in an ideal spot. They're not in the best spot. I think you could make a case compared to those other teams right beneath them in the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks. We'll explain why and take a look at the rest of the East groups coming up next on Bucks Talk.
You're listening to Bucks Talk.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Stop into Ken Michaels Furniture for our sale on Braddington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Braddington Young is an American icon in quality leather upholstery. Whether you're looking for power recliners or stationary seating, BY's Furniture is made with enduring quality, outstanding comfort, and timeless styling. Save 35% now on Braddington Young upholstery at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield and Greenfield. Visit us today.
Enjoy some true holiday cheer when the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra presents Home Alone 2, Lost in New York in concert November 28th through the 30th at the Bradley Symphony Center. John Williams' music adds extra festive warmth and drama to this timeless classic as the MSO performs live while the film is projected on the big screen. Kevin McAllister returns in this fantastic sequel, as do the bumbling wet bandits who are newly released from jail and out for revenge. New York City provides the backdrop for this fantastic sequel, and Kevin has a whole new bag of traps and tricks. With the MSO performing the timeless and charming score, this is a must-see experience for the entire family. Home Alone 2, Lost in New York in concert runs November 28th through the 30th only. Visit MSO.org for tickets or call 414-291-7605.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik here for Flanner's Home Entertainment. Does the audio and video system in your home need an upgrade? Well, Flanner's has all the solutions and the installation experts to simplify and upgrade your home entertainment experience. Forget about the impersonable big box stores and risky online purchases. You go with locally owned Flanner's, where quality service, the best brands, and guaranteed best price remain top priorities. Stop by Flanner's in West Dallas, Grafton, or at Flanners.com. Sound advice at the best price. Just press play.
The Roundball Repartee returns. This is Bucks Talk.
115-103 final tonight inside a Fiserv Forum. The Blazers beat the Bucks. 5 straight losses now for this Bucks team and 4 straight losses on the home floor. This game, when the schedule was released, presented some intriguing storylines in the sense that Damian Lillard had rejoined the Blazers. We knew he wasn't going to play in this game. I believe he has announced, and the team has announced, he's not going to play at all this season, and he's rehabbing to make his return next year. But the trade that the Blazers made to acquire Drew Holiday and sending Anthony Simons to the Boston Celtics meant it's another one of those games where the Bucks are facing their old point guard. And just, I don't know if irony is the word, but just how unique it is that those two guys were traded for each other. And now they're on the same team, facing the team that pulled off that trade. So we thought we'd see one of those two guys here in Milwaukee for the game, and we did. But it wasn't the one that we thought we would see. Drew, as we mentioned, is out with a calf strain, and it doesn't sound like he's going to return to the floor until at least next week. He's kind of on the same timeline from the sounds of it as Giannis. Dame, though, was here in Milwaukee. And when I walked into the arena, so I get here for a 7 o'clock game, usually around like 3:45-ish, sometime around 4. I walked in, and you'll see the Bucks start to go through their routine at around 4:40, 4:45, and traditionally Giannis has always been the first guy out there. For a while, it was always Giannis and Chris would shoot together, and they'd be your first pair out there. It's changed, obviously, in the past couple of days with no Giannis here. But when I walked in, I was surprised to see players and coaches out there on the floor getting some shots in because, you know, you don't typically see guys out there that early, and if you do, it's going to be your two-way deals and younger guys that are out there going through more intense work-throughs than just shooting drills with coaches. But I looked out and saw some coaching staff out there and a player getting up shots, and it took a second to register of, holy cow, that's Damian Lillard. And I did not expect he would have made the trip going through his rehab, but he was back here. And he looked pretty good working through some things. I know he was not playing at game speed and not going up against defenders, but he looked like the Dame of old. And we saw the tribute video that the Bucks put together for him as well. It seems like, at least in terms of social media chatter, it's been very split on whether or not the Bucks should have done that and how to really welcome Damian Lillard, which struck me as crazy because everyone in this arena, it was unanimous. Cheers for Damian Lillard and acknowledging, look, it didn't work out. I think both parties are aware of that. But Damian Lillard was the utmost professional here. Damian Lillard rushed back from a blood clot and with his leg clearly in a compromised spot, which I think in hindsight led to that Achilles tear. Damian Lillard gave it everything he had here. And it was very brief. It was only 2 years. It didn't result in the results. It didn't yield the results that you hoped or many of us expected to see in this pairing of Giannis and Dame. But I don't fault Damian Lillard individually for that. So it was good to see him back, and I know a lot of people too, relationships that he still has, catching up with him. You could see the smiles and grinning ear-to-ear Thanasis. He and Giannis both spent some time with Dame prior to the game. Doc said the same. A few other people in the traveling party. I mean, that was the one thing about Damian Lillard here in his time in Milwaukee. Approachable would be the way that I would describe him for every single person he came across, not just players and coaches, everyone in the organization. In fact, Damian Lillard was one of the more approachable guys there was. So there was a lot of very happy people to see him, even if it may have been awkward for Dame or those people, given how things ended here. But it just kind of gets lost in the mix of things that this is Dame's return to Milwaukee because he's not playing and because of the struggles that this Bucks team is currently going through right now. Two big games that I mentioned this week, both on the road, and we knew this at the time when you saw the schedule for the NBA Cup of, that's an interesting schedule here with your first two games both at home and both against the teams you would, I think, quite frankly, expect to beat. And your challenges are the road games. Your more challenging ones, I should say, are the road games. You needed overtime to beat the Hornets. And against who you would say are the better teams in this group. So right now the Bucks are 2-0 in Group C. The Miami Heat are the only other team with 2 wins in that group. They are 2-1. That one loss was at the hands of the New York Knicks. The Knicks are 1-1. And their one loss was at the hands of the Bulls. Now, the Bulls and Hornets each have 2 losses. I mentioned this before. In the previous 2 years of the NBA Cup, no team has ever advanced to the knockout rounds, the quarterfinals, with 2 losses in group play. So you look at the Bulls and Hornets and say, well, with 2 losses, history tells us you're done. The Nets, Celtics, and Sixers in Group B each have 2 losses as well. And the Pacers and Wizards each have 2 losses in Group A. The Raptors are the only team that has already clinched a spot. They have already won Group A. They are 3-0, and they've beaten the Cavs, Hawks, and Wizards. Not only that, they have a plus 53-point differential. So the Raptors are very likely to be the 1 seed in the knockout rounds here. The Pistons are 2-0. The Magic are 2-0 in Group B. Those 2 teams play each other on the final night, Friday night. So your big games, on the surface at least, and this depends on what happens in Miami and just how much bigger it gets for the Bucks. But it seems like your big games on Friday night are the Pistons and Magic and the Bucks and the Knicks. Now, I mentioned before, as crazy as it may be to suggest this, because you are the only team that is unbeaten in your group, but you may not have the best odds or one thing, but you may not classify the Bucks as being in the best spot in Group C. And I think the reason is twofold. Number one, obviously no Giannis. We know Doc has all but said he's not playing Wednesday night and strongly suggested he's not playing on Friday. The exact quote from Doc, I believe, was he is going to travel with the team, but they don't expect him to play on Wednesday, and he doubts that he and Kevin Porter Jr. would play on Friday, though added they're both close, and you never know, essentially. I take that as it's a next week thing for both players. I don't know if you would play them Saturday in Brooklyn, or maybe we see one of those guys not in Brooklyn against Brooklyn on Saturday. I'm just not holding my breath that you will see Giannis back or Kevin Porter Jr. back for either of those final 2 games in the NBA Cup. And why that's interesting is simple. You beat the Hornets by 13 in overtime in your second win, but the wrinkle and the change to this process is the win counts, the point differential in overtime does not in the NBA Cup. So you are still just plus 16 in point differential. Miami is plus 46 right now. That is the second best point differential in the Eastern Conference behind the Toronto Raptors. So if Miami beats you, you have to beat the New York Knicks to set up a scenario where you finish with one loss and then hope Miami loses their final game. Actually, I take that back. Miami, if they beat you, they would win the Cup in that scenario. Win the group, I should say, because Miami has already played 3 games. So this Miami game is all the more important. You need to win this game for 2 reasons. Number one, to set up a scenario where if you don't have Giannis, you could potentially go down the path of making that a win in your in scenario with the New York Knicks, but also the point differential. If it comes down to that, the Bucks are going to be in trouble with that plus 16 and plus 46 for Miami. There are very few scenarios the further into this you go where you split those games and it ends up being a win for the Bucks. Again, you lose to Miami, well, they lost to the Knicks. So if they're 3-1, you finish 3-1, you got to beat the Knicks, but you're going to have to beat them by a lot of points because you're already 30 points behind the Miami Heat. And in a scenario where you lose to him, it's going to grow even more. So that would seem to set up a 3-way tie in a scenario where the Miami Heat win it by way of point differential. Could you be a wild card? Sure. But again, Cleveland is plus 33 right now in point differential. They're behind the Toronto Raptors. The Pistons, if for some reason they don't win their group, they're plus 27. The Magic are plus 20. So you're behind the 8 ball there. We've always said, the easiest scenario to plot out here is just win. Win all those games and you're in. And the more you dig into it in these scenarios in the 3-way tie, there are very few that line up for the Bucks, even with this 2-0 record. So it does very much feel like the only scenario where the Bucks advance in the knockout round is if they win both of those games against Miami and against New York. And that is a very, very tall task for a team that has now dropped 5 straight games. And again, is very likely playing without Giannis in those 2 games. 855-616-1620. The Siding Unlimited talk and text line to join us tonight on Bucks Talk. I'll pull up that quote from Doc Rivers prior to the game tonight about the status of Giannis and Kevin Porter Jr. because there was a lot of interesting notes that came from that. So we'll take a look at that, what to expect, and again, the tiers that we're starting to see take place here in the Eastern Conference. We'll dig into that next on Bucks Talk.
The Hardwood Homilies continue after this. This is Bucks Talk.
So how is that possible? 1.9% real estate commission? There must be something you're not telling me.
I hear that a lot. The truth is, everybody could do it, but they choose not to because folks keep paying more than they have to. I guess they just haven't heard yet that Century 21 Benefit Realty can make that 1.9% real estate commission promise on the sale of your home and stick to it. So I'd like to think that's going to make your decision easy. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and that goes double for your home listing, because that's how you're going to get the most value. By having a customized marketing plan specific to your property with professional photos, global marketing, and the built-in experience that Century 21 Benefit Realty has brought to the table since 2004. And being joined with Century 21 just makes all of the above stand out that much more. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Brighten up your home, workplace, or event with flowers and trust Welke's Milwaukee Florist to be your local florist. Welke's is family-owned and has delivered beauty for customers and businesses for well over 100 years. Join Welke's Flower subscription so your home is always fresh, or discover the benefits of creating a corporate account and leave the work to them. Welke's Milwaukee Florist has locations in Elm Grove and at 56th and North in Milwaukee. Go to Welke's.com, that's WELKES.com for more info and to place an order.
Handpicked and trained with a lot of heart. Quality techs work on all residential heating equipment. Ductless, hydronic, electric, or forced air. Advancements occur. All our techs are trained in and out of house to stay current with modern technology. Call quality. Our techs will be well versed in what's new. to make sure your new heating system is as advanced as you want it to be.
Call Quality for the signature service you deserve.
Call Quality. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric. Furnace on the fritz? Hopefully it doesn't happen. But if it does, call Quality for 24/7 fast emergency service. Because we have a huge service crew dedicated to servicing equipment first and replacing equipment only when necessary. We know older equipment, along with the newest in heating technology, and we won't be there to sell you something you don't need because we don't know how to work on it.
Call Quality for the signature service you deserve.
Call Quality. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric.
This is Bucks Talk.
115 to 103, our final tonight. The Portland Trailblazers take down the Bucks for yet another contest here. I believe that's 4 straight wins that Portland has over the Bucks now. They won both the games last year. They won the game in Portland the year prior. The last time the Bucks beat the Blazers was that big comeback. It may have been 2 years ago to the date here. It was the same time on the calendar. I believe it was the week of Thanksgiving where the Bucks erased, I want to say, a 26-point deficit to win that against the Blazers in Dame's first year here in Milwaukee. But, look, you fell down by 33 tonight, and there was none of that magic in you. A much different scenario when you don't have Giannis on the floor and you don't have some of those secondary creators. Again, I mentioned this before. It's a huge loss, goes without saying, to not have Giannis out there. But it is a big, big loss to not have Kevin Porter Jr. available. And again, a team that is struggling to score the basketball, to not have Taurean Prince, who has proven to be a more than capable three-point shooter, a high-efficiency three-point shooter in his time here in Milwaukee. So it just comes at a very inopportune time. When you look at the games on your schedule, the Lakers, the 76ers in the challenge that they presented with the return of Paul George and, not being able to really deploy Ryan Rollins as your defensive guy because he has to carry and initiate your offense. The Pistons absolutely rolling and coming in here and getting healthy and bringing back Jaden Ivey when you are not, and Tobias Harris. And this Blazers team that, was down 6 players. But when you look up and down that roster, Deni Avdija has been, start to finish, their best player so far this season. A very, very good defensive player. And we talk about initiators and guys that get things rolling. Deni Avdija led the team in assists tonight. Deni Avdija has been the primary creator for the Portland Trail Blazers. Still have Jeremy Grant, who we've seen the ability to score when called upon and have these types of stretches. So there's still some offensive pieces there from the Blazers, and that's just one thing that the Bucks are up against in this absence of Giannis is, sure, you got guys that can score, but they need to be put in the right spot. And again, it was one of the looming questions coming into this season is what is this team going to look like in the minutes that Giannis is off the floor? We always termed it as minutes that he's off the floor and not the games when he's unavailable because you can never plan on any type of injury like that. And, it's been repeated ad nauseum, but I think we've really seen this as one of the big takeaways here in these past 3.5 games. In the minutes with Giannis on the floor this season, the Bucks have the number 1 rated offense in the league. In the minutes he is not on the floor, they are 30th. They have played at a 58-win pace with him on the floor and a 14-win pace off the floor. For context, the worst season most of us can remember and the worst season in Bucks franchise history was a 15-win team Giannis' first year. The pace they have played at in the minutes with him off the floor is worse than that season. That is how stark the difference has been in having your best player and not having him so far this season. So you get the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks on the road, your next 2 games in the NBA Cup. And again, there aren't great scenarios out there for the Bucks if you don't win both games. Because of the point differential, because of the other teams in other groups that are going to have a better point differential, because of the complicated 3-way tie, if you somehow weave yourself into that, there are very few scenarios where the Bucks come out on top. So you're going to have to win both those games if you're going to advance into the quarterfinals in the knockout rounds of the NBA Cup. If they don't, you figure to get a decent amount of rest, because after this week, so again, in Miami on Wednesday, in New York on Friday, home against the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday, and then you're on the road in D.C. against the Wizards on Monday, December 1st. The rest of your games that week, it's an identical scenario. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday week. Wednesday at home against the Pistons. I expect both Giannis and Kevin Porter Jr. will be back for that game. By that game, I should say. Friday at home against the 76ers. And then Saturday in Detroit against the Pistons. So a back-to-back home against the Sixers, in Detroit against the Pistons. But if you don't qualify for the knockout rounds, the earliest you would play is the following Thursday, December 11th. So you're going to make up 2 games. It would either be the 11th or the 12th, and then the 14th or the 15th for your games 81 and 82 of the unscheduled games. But big challenge Friday in Miami against the Heat. I mentioned what Doc had to say specifically and what that could mean for when we could speculate on a return for Giannis and Kevin Porter Jr. We'll get to that quote specifically and wrap up the show next on Bucks Talk.
This is Bucks Talk.
Why wait for Black Friday when you can save every day? Hasseless Mattress is bringing back Black Friday Plus. We've gone rogue and activated Black Friday deals now through December 2nd on all Beautyrest World Class, and Beautyrest Black mattresses. You get the way low Hasseless price on all Beautyrest mattresses, plus a free adjustable base, plus free memory foam pillows, plus free next day delivery, plus employee-free, hassle-free showrooms. Not just on Black Friday, but every day now through December 2nd. Get a Queen Beautyrest Elm Cove A mattress. Other stores sell it for $1,650, but our Black Friday Plus price is just $794, plus free adjustable base, plus free memory foam pillows, plus free next day delivery, and a great night's sleep for way less. Bust down our door for Beautyrest Black Friday Plus through December 2nd at Hasseless Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at hasseless.com.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. Time flies when you are running your business. It's getting to be the end of the year. How are you doing? Are your books in order? Do you know what your tax liability is going to be? It's never too early to start planning, but it can be too late. How does the new tax law affect you? Should you be doing anything to take advantage of the changes? Are you using all the strategies available to reduce your taxes? Many business owners ask us what is one thing they can do to make sure they are not leaving money on the table. No one wants to pay more taxes than they have to. We often hear, "I didn't know I could do that." Call us now to see what you can do before it's too late. The first meeting is free. Call 414-325-2040 now. You earned it. We help you keep it. That's 414-325-2040, or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
No matter how many people are in your family, buying new jackets for the cold weather months can be expensive. But when you shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, prices on cold weather jackets will give you a sigh of relief, because thrift store prices mean great deals. And right now we have a great selection. Find great deals on cold weather jackets for the family at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Welcome back to Bucks Talk.
115-102 final tonight. The Blazers take down the Bucks. It is now 5 straight losses for the Bucks, and a very, very, very tough offense to come by. With Giannis off the floor, we expect that to continue. The Giannis off the floor part Wednesday in Miami against the Heat, who, by the way, got Tyler Hero back, making his season debut tonight. After ankle surgery leading into training camp. So Miami's getting healthy. You know, it's 2 of your last 3 opponents you're going to be catching in that scenario. The Pistons got Jaden Ivey back for the first time since January. And to introduce some other players that missed some time, Miami gets Tyler Hero back. It'll be a second game of the season against the Bucks on Wednesday. I mentioned we don't expect Giannis on Wednesday. This was a 1 to 2 week timeline that we were initially given. This is now 1 week that Giannis will have missed. Doc was asked before the game and said, I don't expect them being Giannis and Kevin Porter Jr., I don't expect them to play in Miami or probably not in New York, but maybe. We'll just see where it's at. I do think they're both pretty close, and did add that Giannis will make the trip to Miami. So I know we're going to look at that. I do think they're both pretty close and try to cling to some hope. I'm not saying don't do that. Hope is always a good thing. Very close has had some different meanings these past couple of years with this organization and coaching staff. So that could mean that, hey, Kevin Porter Jr. and Giannis, or one of the two, is back Friday. It could mean it's still another week or two. Who knows? I still get the sense it's going to be next week, once we get into December, that both of those players are back on the floor. And then you got a big stretch that we just mentioned with the Pistons and Sixers the following week. Our next game broadcast Wednesday night, the Bucks and the Miami Heat in a group play game of the NBA Cup. 6:30 tip-off, 6 o'clock is when our pregame coverage begins. And as always, be sure to stick around after the game for Bucks Talk. We will talk with you Wednesday night.
Heart disease won't stop us. Diabetes, allergies, cancer. Nothing will keep the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health